We also have Raja Krishnamurthy, member of Congress, Indian origin. And very interestingly, Ilan Umar, member of Congress, also asking for sanctions on Pakistan. Very interesting. Ishan, if you can take us through the full letter and take us through the implications of such a letter, the process involved now that it's been ratified by the Congress. I see the letter with the signatures of 44 congressmen. What happens next?
The letter that has been sent to the State Department of the United States government clearly emphasizes the transnational repression that is being done by the Pakistani government. Now, this involves Pakistani military-backed government targeting critics abroad, including U.S. citizens and residents, diaspora, journalists, activists face threats, intimidation, harassment, extending to their families in Pakistan. This is what the United States believes to be a direct attack on the United States itself. And the Congress has taken cognizance of the same. And there are these sanctions that can be put in place that are known as the Grey Sky sanctions regime. These sanctions extend to freezing of assets, imposing of tariffs, and most importantly, restriction of trade and visas. The senators and Congress members have demanded that hearings be held on this, and once the hearings start, this may lead to U.S. policy changes towards Pakistan in general. The families of US-based journalists like Ahmad Noorani have been directly targeted, and this was one of the impending reasons why this particular letter was signed by so many Congress members and sent to the State Department.
Thank you for that. I'll have to interrupt you there. I'm getting in some breaking news of some more action against Maoists. There's been another major success in another operation. The next bit of breaking news coming in. There's been a big success achieved by our forces in an encounter that took place in the Bijapur-Dantewada border. 18 Maoists have been killed, including a PLGA commander. This is an encounter that took place between security forces and Maoists between the border of Bijapur and Dantewada. The Jawans have neutralized a total of 18 Maoists. It is a big operation. 18 Maoists have been neutralized, including a PLGA commander who's been identified as Modi-Ami Vella, alias Vella, carrying a reward as well. A large cache of arms and ammunition have been recovered from the encounter site. Weapons including LMG, AK-47, SLR being recovered. And during the search operation, security forces have also recovered sophisticated weapons from the scene, including an LMG or light machine gun, AK-47, SLR, Insas rifle, indicating that Maoists were planning perhaps a major attack, another major attack. 3 Jawans have also been martyred in this incident. 18 Maoists killed and 3 of our Jawans martyred. This took place during an anti-Maoist operation that started yesterday. Head Constable Monu, alias also known as Mohan Baddi, Constable Dukaru Gonde, Jawan Ramesh Sodhi, the 3 Jawans who were martyred in this operation. Ladies and gentlemen, there's complete chaos across India since this morning, and in the last 24 hours alone, over 250 flights have been cancelled across several airports in India. All major airports in India are facing disruptions, and these airports include Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Pune, Bhopal, Thiruvananthapuram, and across India there have been videos that are coming in that show passengers and lakhs of passengers who've been directly impacted. 250 flights and over 1 lakh passengers directly impacted. Many of them, in fact, are still stuck inside these airports and are sending us videos. One such passenger sent us a video from inside a plane as he was just boarding. His name is Yogesh. Yogesh sent us this video a few minutes back.
इंडिगो कुछ प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है। इंडिगो आने का पहले अब 10 बार देके जो है ना 3 घंटा 4 घंटा लेट हो रहा है। सब इंडिगो फ्लाइट है। आप पहले देख के बाद में आइए। इंडिगो फ्लाइट बहुत लेट हो रहा है। एक्चुअली इंडिगो कुछ प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है। इंडिगो आने का पहले अब 10 बार देके जो है ना 3 घंटा 4 घंटा लेट हो रहा है। सब इंडिगो फ्लाइट है। आप पहले देख के बाद में आइए। इंडिगो फ्लाइट बहुत लेट हो रहा है। एक्चुअली इंडिगो कुछ प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है। इंडिगो आने का पहले अब 10 बार देके जो है ना 3 घंटा 4 घंटा लेट हो रहा है। सब इंडिगो फ्लाइट है। आप पहले देख के बाद में आइए। इंडिगो फ्लाइट बहुत लेट हो रहा है।
Meeting a few minutes back, and in that meeting, Indigo was asked questions on what was going on and some of the excuses that Indigo gave to the government. Let me go across to Rakshita joining us, because Rakshita, we've heard that the explanation that Indigo tried to give to the DGCA was that there was a compounding effect of FTL norms, which is a flight time limitation, crew shortage, weather, tech glitch. Now, all of these excuses were given, but nothing justifies what is happening at any of these airports. Even pilot bodies are coming out and calling it an arm-twisting tactic by Indigo.
Absolutely. That is, of course, a great cause of concern, that who has really allowed this to happen, if at all this has happened. How did Indigo get so much of leeway? Now, yes, as we were just speaking to the president of the Pilot Federation also, they clearly says, without mincing words, that it is arm twisting. It is, in fact, he goes on to say that this is an artificially created crisis that is actually criminal, as he said. If at all that is true, then this needs to be probed, investigated, and there should be consequences also, so that no other airlines can ever do this. We've seen the chaos that it has completely wreaked havoc in the several airports, as we are getting multiple accounts from the passengers also, Niranjan. Talking about the norms, well, what we understand is that with the meeting that has been going on, DGCA says that it tells Indigo officials that you've been given at least 6 months, and this has been in the works for the longest time. And why is only your airline that is affected by this? Why is it only Indigo flights that are being cancelled and not the others? That is, of course, the question. Even when they go on to give some reasons, supplementing their own reasons / excuses for what's happening, they talk about weather. They say weather is the same for every other flight, every other airline. And talking about the rules, well, you have been given time and you have been lax in that. You have not actually, managed your rosters. You have not managed the crew. And that is the prerogative, that is the duty of the airline to, in fact, manage the crew. That is not on the aviation watchdog. That is what now the Pilot Federation is saying, that it is a method to just arm twist the aviation the authority, so as to roll back this entire policy, which of course affects their own finances as well. And there could be some truth, and if at all there is any truth in that, then it becomes a matter of deeper investigation, because it's ultimately the common man who is bearing the brunt of it. We are getting visuals from different locations, Pune to Hyderabad to Bengaluru to Jammu, and of course in Delhi as well, and in Thiruvananthapuram. These are passengers who are spending their hard-earned money for these flights of Indigo. That has Indigo is a flight that always had somewhere talked about and endorsed itself as one of the most punctual and the fastest airline in the country, and it has been the leading commercial carriers. Now it has cited that there has been a dip in its on-time record. Now that it has attributed to these norms, and the question of course remains that why the same has not happened with the other airlines, but why is it a problem only with Indigo? That is the big point that is being investigated now. The DGCA clearly is questioning the Indigo on that.
Okay, stay with me because I also have reporters joining us from different airports right now. We have Gursimran from Jammu Airport. Shankar is joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram Airport. Aishwarya is joining us live from Hyderabad airport. Let me go across first up to Hyderabad, one of the affected airports. Aishwarya, what's the situation now? Let's try and show the situation there. How many flights have been cancelled? How many passengers stuck?
For now, what we are learning is that more than 30 arrivals and departures have been cancelled, and many of them are also rescheduled. When we are speaking to the passengers here, they are also saying that they have not gotten any intimation, and that is what has led to the chaos. As you can see here, they are all standing in the queue waiting for answers. The passengers was waiting here since morning, and few of them were here even from the night, waited overnight because the flight that was about to take off last night was cancelled. So there are different stories. Some of them were actually have boarding passes also with them, but still they were not able to take the flight because apparently they were informed that it's due to some technical glitches, and because of technical glitches the flight could not take off. But there are several passengers here asking for answers from the Indigo, but what they are saying is that the staff here, the helping staff here, is as clueless as them, and they don't have answers. They don't have clear answers to give to them. They are waiting since morning, some of them since yesterday night. So, but we can see that there's more chaos inside the gates as well, and few of them who have arrived now or who are waiting have come outside, have been even escorted outside as their flights have been rescheduled. Yes. So what they're saying is that if they would have given prior intimation, then they would have not been hit at their pocket. That is what the passengers here are complaining.
Okay. Thank you for that. Stay with me. Let's go across to another bit of breaking news coming in. In Pune, even Air India flights were hit. And Air India has issued a statement. So we're getting you that breaking news update right now. Air India issues a statement. And Air India in its statement has said that our morning Delhi to Pune flight landed on schedule at 6:55 hours. However, there was no parking bay available at the Pune airport at the time of arrival. The airport has a total of 10 bays, of which all are currently occupied by aircraft of another airline on the ground due to technical reasons or experiencing delays. This congestion resulted in a delay to our Pune-Indore flight. We regret the inconvenience to our guests and are working with the airport operator and ATC to migrate the situation. So this is Air India basically blaming Indigo. That was a situation that we noticed even in Mumbai. Several Indigo flights cancelled. In fact, at last count, it was over 80. Meenakshi is joining us from Mumbai with an update on both Mumbai and Pune. Quick update, Meenakshi, Mumbai and Pune, what's going on?
From Indigo, both departure and arrival, both flight has been cancelled from Indigo Airlines. And now we are getting information that inside video of Mumbai airport goes viral, as we can see that Ahmedabad bound flight has been cancelled, and their passengers has not informed also. We can see here the situation of Mumbai airport now, as you can see.
Okay, so that's the situation there, and I've just lost the audio with Meenakshi, but once again, the breaking statement from Air India on the situation in Pune, they are blaming Indigo, saying that when our plane landed, the plane didn't even get a bay. They're blaming Indigo, saying that the airport, out of 10 bays, all 10 were occupied by the aircraft of another airline, mentioning Indigo, perhaps, of course, on ground due to technical reasons or experiencing delays. Congestion resulted in a delay to our Pune to Indore flight. So there is also the blame game ongoing on the side. Air India saying that the congestion was resulted in a delay for their flight as well from Pune, departing from Pune, while regretting the inconvenience to their guests and working with the airport operator and ATC to mitigate the situation. So that was the latest update that came in from Pune. Let me go across also to Thiruvananthapuram. In Thiruvananthapuram, saw some videos that came in earlier. What is the situation? How many flights cancelled or delayed or affected from Thiruvananthapuram? Shankar is joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram.
The growing crisis of Indigo has stranded almost hundreds of passengers across Kerala in the 3 airports. We are standing right inside the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport. Here, as many as 10 Indigo flights are getting delayed. And yesterday, National Day was celebrated here. Celebrities and higher officials from across the nation reached here, and they are stranded and without knowing when they would be able to fly. They all went back to their respective hotel rooms. And the worrying part is that the passengers the complaint that the Indigo has not even said anything about their accommodation, their expenses for food and other difficulties, because people from various parts of Kerala reached here for flying to various places, and the pilgrims who reached here to visit Sabarimala and the Padmanabha Swami temple and all the other places, they are also stranded here. They are still in various hotel rooms. They all went back after reaching the airport, coming to know that the flights are getting delayed. In Thiruvananthapuram, in Cochin International Airport, over 10 flights are getting delayed, and over a dozen flights have been cancelled. Even the situation is similar in Kannur International Airport as well. Now the airport, the Indigo staff are claiming that they are clueless on what is happening, and they are answerable. They are unable to answer our questions, asking about the possible time of resuming the flights and all. Now we are standing right in front of the airport. We can see from the visuals that the airport wore an empty look. The airport is always crowded, but here today, because of the cancellations and delays, people the airport wore an empty look.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll take a short break at this point of time. Shankar, reporter joining us from different airports across India. Those are pictures that came in from Bengaluru, one of the worst affected. Pune also hit. Clashes also broke out at several airports. We had videos being sent by some of the passengers who are stranded at these airports. We'll play that out in just a bit. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending.
Let's begin this live and breaking with a breaking news development, in fact, coming in from Pune in connection with the Pune land scam. Remember, Parth Pawar has connections and is being investigated. One of the partners of Parth Pawar, Digvijay Patil, now has been summoned by a committee set up by the state government, which is investigating the Pune land scam. Parth Pawar's business partner, in fact, has been issued summons. His name is Digvijay Patil. We'll soon connect with our correspondent for more details on this. Remember, Ajit Pawar had to make a lot of explanations as to how Parth Pawar has benefited, or according to Ajit Pawar, not benefited with this land scam. Meenakshi, in fact, has confronted Ajit Pawar. These are pictures from earlier, in fact, when Ajit Pawar was confronted with questions both by our correspondent Meenakshi and Satyaprakash. We'll have Meenakshi joining us over the phone in a bit. We, in fact, have Meenakshi joining us over the phone. She's live, in fact. Meenakshi, you have the investigation committee. I believe it's the government set up committee which has summoned Digvijay Patil. What is expected of this questioning, and when is the summon? Like, when is Digvijay Patil supposed to appear before the committee?
The committee which is probing this Pune land scam, this committee has summoned Digvijay Patil. Who is Digvijay Patil? Digvijay Patil is the business partner of Parth Pawar, who has only 1% of share of Media Enterprise, has been summoned by this committee, and he need to appear before this committee on 5th December. It means that tomorrow he needs to appear before committee. Now the question is that where we can already know that the police has registered FIR against that Digvijay Patil and Sheetal Tejwani. And Sheetal Tejwani has been arrested yesterday afternoon by EOW of Pune Police. Now the question is that only 1% of share which is in hand of Digvijay Patil is summoned by this committee, but nowhere the name of Parth Pawar. Even FIR has been not registered against Parth Pawar. The committee, we are not now getting information. The committee 2 times they extended their time. They are seeking time for before I think 1 month back. They seeking time for 10 days. They had to have to submit report. They said we will submit report after 10 days, and after that, after 10 days, they seek for time to submit the report on this investigation. So now the question is that where nowhere the name of Parth Pawar, and Digvijay Patil was summoned by this committee, and the question is that Digvijay Patil's signature is in this sale deed. So they maybe question Digvijay Patil that how he involved in this land scheme, how they purchased that land, because we know that land is no one can sell this land.
Yeah. Stay with us, Meenakshi. In fact, there is another breaking connected with the same story which we are getting, which is that based on the discussions held during the committee meeting and the proposal submitted to the Honorable Chairperson and Additional Commissioner seeking an extension for the committee, the government has granted approval. Considering this approval, the committee is hereby granted an extension, is what the order reads. Now, what this essentially means, Meenakshi, is that the investigation is going to go on. But the question is, as you were rightly mentioning, that the name of Parth Pawar is not there. The elder son of the Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar, he has been a little nonchalant about this. Do you get a sense that the Pune Economic Offences Wing of the Pune Police and this committee, they might be under some kind of pressure despite some moves having been made. Sheetal Tejwani arrested yesterday. But still, it's remaining clean of touching the Pawars.
You are absolutely right. They have that pressure also, and they are now ignoring media also. Media reporters asked the same question to Pune Police and EOW that what they are doing, because they have all evidence. That's why they arrested Sheetal Tejwani, and they said that they found a direct link in this Pune land scam of Sheetal Tejwani. That's why they arrested Sheetal Tejwani. But what about Digvijay Patil? He was not summoned by EOW of Pune Police also. And he was not questioned by EOW of Pune Police also. Why? He is the only business partner of Partha Pawar of Media Enterprise. But the noticeable thing is that he has only 1% of share. And you have been shocked that 99% of this Media Enterprise share is in Partha Pawar's hand.
Yeah.
So what they are hiding, what they are trying to hide.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Meenakshi. It's a scam worth about 1,800 crores is what reports suggest. 40 acres of land in Pune, that's under investigation. And those are pictures from earlier when Meenakshi questioned Dada Pawar. And now we are getting another breaking news development, moving out of the Pune story, but moving to Mumbai Airport. Remember the chaos, the civil aviation mess that we are seeing coming out of most of our metros, Bengaluru, Pune, Lucknow, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad. And now latest pictures coming in from Mumbai Airport. And these new videos show passengers on the Ahmedabad-bound flight expressing their frustration with arguments with the airline staff at the gates. Now, these are pictures from across the country. But can we get the Mumbai pictures, which we are breaking now, the fresh pictures? And, okay, we'll get the Mumbai pictures in a bit. These are from inside the Mumbai airport, and chaos is happening everywhere now. These are the pictures from the gate of a flight to Ahmedabad from Mumbai, and the passengers are frustrated about the delay. Now, remember, across the country, more than 300 flights have been disrupted of various airlines, 135 plus of Indigo alone. Meenakshi, coming back to you, you are in Mumbai. These disruptions are really creating chaos across the airports, but these latest pictures coming in from Mumbai airport, and the passengers angry at the staff, airline staff, for not giving them answers. We're just listening to the Nats and then coming back to you, Meenakshi. Okay. Okay, going back to Meenakshi because she's in Mumbai. Meenakshi, these latest pictures again showing a verbal altercation happening between passengers and the airline staff on the ground at the gate, in fact, Ahmedabad-bound flight. What are you hearing about these delays and this particular instance? How long was the delay which made the passengers really express their frustration and angst in this manner?
Yes, we are now in front of outside gate of Mumbai airport, and as you mentioned and as our viewers has seen also the video where the main gate, in this main gate, from this gate when entered to Mumbai airport terminal 2, This happened when the Ahmedabad bound flight has been delayed and no information given from Indigo staff also to the passengers. And we have already spoken lots of passengers there, and they are saying there are many more flights delayed. And as we know, still now Indigo has cancelled 80 flights at Mumbai airport as today, including both arrivals and departure also. And now we can see here the Mumbai terminals, especially at Indigo counters, there has been a visible confusion and crowding. Many passengers remain stranded while seeking information, and they are not given alternative flight also. They are saying, many passengers are saying they are waiting for 16 hours. Can you imagine? 15 to 16 hours they are waiting. There is no information from Indigo staff, and there was no assistance from Indigo staff also. There was no accommodation, no food, only they have given to one bottle of water. So there is a total mess in Mumbai airport inside, and outside also passengers are saying they are not informed any delay, any cancellation from Indigo Airlines also.
Right, absolutely. This is a clear sector-wide mess in the civil aviation, and much to do with the government policies, and that's the reason why, Meenakshi, let's go to New Delhi, where Rakshita is reporting live from outside the Ministry of Civil Aviation, and the DGCA met with Indigo team, but clearly not satisfied is what we are getting to hear from the explanations given. Rakshita, coming to you, and is the meeting with between the DGCA and the Indigo is still on, or is it over? And if it is over, what's the takeaway so far as these passengers are concerned? I mean, how do they really deal with this? Okay, these are pictures from earlier of
well, what we understand is that the DGCA is clear.
Reaching the DGCA. But Rakshita, coming to you, any solution in sight after this meeting?
Well, that is what we understand. The DGCA has asked for a time-bound solution to what has happened, because we see that how the common man, the passenger, is in a situation that is absolutely horrible. They are right now so desperate that they should be finding a solution. There needs to be a breakthrough, as now we know that even the other airlines are getting affected because of the Indigo Airlines now occupying the major part of Bay in different, of these airports. Now, DGCA has pulled up the Indigo Airlines, saying that that it had enough time to adjust with the norms, to in fact make changes and modify the crew management, but they did not do so. The Pilots Association, speaking to Republic TV a while back, has made some huge claims, saying that this is an artificially created crisis so as to arm twist the authorities, and so that Indigo can have their own way. Even not just that, the ALPA chief, the Pilots Association chief, says that airlines had reduced the number of reduced the pilot numbers due to commercial interests that treats aviation staffing like any other corporation sectors. Now, DGCA says that this was in the works for 6 months, so there was ample time for Indigo Airlines to in fact bring about a solution to this, but it did not. And why is it only that these norms have affected Indigo Airlines, the largest private carrier? Why is it only Indigo Airlines that is complaining about the norms that have led to this crisis? And we clearly see that the Pilots Association is openly blaming Indigo. DGCA is also asking Indigo for a solution and a time-bound solution, because Indigo, speaking to Republic TV, said that they have nothing new to say except the fact that it's going to take at least 48 hours. That's also a long time, because this entire crisis has been unfolding for the past 24 hours, and now it's saying that it will take even more. It could take 48 hours for a resolution. So that's of course a very worrisome situation, Abhishek. Right now, as we understand that the ministry is trying to firefight the situation and bring about a solution as soon as possible. But yes, the fact that there has to be an accountability from the DGCA also, from the ministry also, that why Indigo was allowed to do this. Why does it have the space to in fact arm twist the authorities, that it has been going on for such a long time. Where is the laxity? That there has to be some accountability, and the aviation sector is now hit by a fresh, fresh turbulence that we've seen all throughout the year. There has been turbulence in the aviation sector of the country.
Absolutely, and the mess is really playing out loud now. Rakshita, stay with us, even as we get more pictures of the Indigo officials at the DGCA. These are pictures from a little earlier. They reached the DGCA office in New Delhi, but the meeting has gone on for long. Some reports have already come out of what exactly transpired in the meeting. And these are pictures when the Indigo team went inside the DGCA office. Okay, let's go back to Rakshita for more, where she's at the Ministry of Civil Aviation. These are pictures from the DGCA. Rakshita, the Indigo team is closeted with the DGCA, and they're trying to thrash out some solution. In a statement, we heard the Indigo Airlines suggest that over the next 48 hours, they're going to sort out this mess of flight delays and cancellations. And they put the blame on a multitude of factors which apparently are not in their control. So they say that some because of weather, some because of tech glitch, some because of crew management issues, and some because of flight scheduling and flight time plans. Everything except for their own management part. You think the DGCA and Indigo in this meeting are going to thrash out a way out and make sure that the passengers do not suffer more? It's been almost 1,000 flights over the last 3-4 days that have got affected, either cancelled or delayed, and delayed for hours and hours together.
Absolutely, because you have to understand that the flight conditions will be affected even more as the winter chill increases, and so does the fog condition continues to affect the flight operation. The fog, the smog, the visibility has just begun. It has just begun. Abhishek, it is going to get worse and worse from here all throughout December and January. We're going to see many such delays due to fog, and it happens every year. And this is the festive season. Remember, this is the holiday season. Christmas is coming up. The New Year's is coming up. People go for holidays, so there will be, of course, more and more bookings. So this is the peak, one of the peak seasons for any airline, and especially the largest private airline in the country, that is Indigo. Now, to just put the blame on these issues that are not in control is something that DGC is not buying. It says that that weather is something that is the same for all the airlines, and as far as crew management is concerned, it's completely the responsibility of the airline to manage their crew and not the authority. It is their laxity that has in fact led to this kind of situation.
Right, absolutely. Stay with us, Rakshita, as you get more details about this policy dialogue that seems to be happening between DGCA and Indigo. We have more reports of disruptions and passenger frustrations coming out, this time now from Jammu. We have Gursimran joining us for more on this. Gursimran, how many flights delayed or cancelled at the Jammu airport, and how many passengers are really affected there from where you're reporting?
See, Abhishek, we are reporting from the Jammu airport, and here Indigo is one of the key operators because they operate most of the flights. Roughly 60 to 75% of the operations only lies with the Indigo. Today they were operating 11 flights, out of which one has already been cancelled, while out of remaining 10, 8 flights have been delayed. So 80% of delay has been witnessed, and here you will see that except the counter of Indigo, you will not find the people anywhere. Reason being that the people are coming from the different places. They want to know about the status of their flight. Many of the flights have been delayed earlier also, and what is happening that the people are now going to the other counters as well so that they can actually fetch some tickets from the other operators, because this situation is concerning. Though the Indigo is offering them a rescheduling of these tickets for tomorrow, but they are not very sure that whether tomorrow the situation will not be same or the situation will be exactly the same like it has been today. Yesterday, since it was a half day at the Jammu airport due to the operational maintenance that they undergo every Wednesday, so there was no such crisis that was reported yesterday. yesterday. But today, the situation is altogether different. There is chaos that has been witnessed by the people here, the administration also, because the Indigo authorities, they were with no other option but then to tell the people that it has to be rescheduled or is being delayed for the reasons best known to their administration. And here also you will see that there are a handful of people that are still there, those who have not got intimation over the mobile or have not got to know about this, about delay. Now the CISF is telling the Indigo persons to put a list of all the flights that have been delayed so that there is no chaos. So CISF also trying their level best so that the people do not get inconvenience. There has been some call center numbers that have also been put up, 2 call center numbers that can be contacted for any cancellation and refund by the customers of the Indigo. But since it is one of the biggest when it comes to the operations from the Jammu airport, the people are suffering a lot. The people do not know, because early this morning we spoke to a person who was going to Portugal. He told us that he has to rebook one of his international flights that actually cost him around 2.57 lakh in addition to 3 lakh cancellation that he has suffered of his flight that was previously booked. So this is the state of affairs that is happening due to this internal chaos that has happened in the Indigo due to their internal rift that has been witnessed.
Okay, Sharda joins us live now from Chennai airport, and on the same story we are bringing to you the passenger chaos, the civil aviation mess that's panning out across the country. And Sharda, if I can, Sharda is joining us live. Sharda, what's the scene like in Chennai? How many flights disrupted? What's the situation insofar as passenger chaos is concerned? Have the airlines responded? Have the airlines communicated? How long before they can sort out this mess in Chennai?
Well, 26 flights in the Indigo have been cancelled from the Chennai International Airport. Starting from yesterday evening, there have been multiple delays, especially for the Indigo airlines. And then multiple people was told that their flight would be delayed and postponed in the coming days. And we also have the Indigo counter right at the Chennai Airport, which is now issuing refund to the people. I request my VJ to show the visuals of the Indigo office that's been crowded with people right now. The flights that will be going even on the Friday, the coming Friday, has now been postponed to Saturday. Following this, multiple people are getting their refunds from Indigo as they multiple flights, literally 26 flights have been cancelled from the Chennai International Airport, and multiple other delayed flights that would be pushed to the weekend is what the Indigo officials have told the people who will be travelling from Chennai. This particular Indigo office is now issuing refunds to the people whose flights have been cancelled, and the delay that's been causing from yesterday evening, multiple people were waiting for almost 18 hours in the airport till today afternoon until Indigo announced that they would be refunding as the flights would not be taking off from Chennai.
Thank you so much, Sharda. With that update, we are bringing to our viewers a complete picture of what's really happening in the civil aviation sector through these airport pictures from across the country, from Ahmedabad to Bengaluru, from Bengaluru to Chennai, from Chennai to Hyderabad to Lucknow and Jammu. We, in fact, are also trying to understand what's really led to this situation, this chaotic situation. We have the president of the Federation of Indian Pilots, Captain C.S. Randhawa, joining us. In fact, the Pilots Association has really objected to the line taken by the airlines, putting the onus on crew schedules and crew management issues because it's their domain and they should be handling it properly. Mr. Randhawa, coming to you, what's your assessment? Is it shortage of pilots? Is it mismanagement of pilot schedules which has led to this situation? Because the tech glitch was supposed to be over by 30th of November, and subsequently we are seeing the problems have really compounded and snowballed.
You see what chaos has happened. They started building up last week slowly, but suddenly it has hit since last 2 days, where the cancellations and delays are rampant, and a lot of passengers have been put to inconvenience. I would say this all cannot be because of pilot shortage. Pilot shortage does not mean that 300 flights will be cancelled and so many flights will be delayed. The first reason for some cancellations could be due to shortage of captains. Now, Indigo had approximately 50-60 aircraft, which Pratt & Whitney engines, which are having problems, which came back online. However, they have not been upgrading the first officers to captains. And at one stage, I still remember a few months back, where pilots were flying only 55 hours.
Yeah.
And in November, they had offered pilots to buy their leave because they wanted pilots to fly. There were not much takers to that. Now, aircraft have been inducted. The government has not been insisting to ensure that the airlines only get the aircraft once the pilots are there. Otherwise, they'll put the passengers to inconvenience.
Yeah.
Now, the second point is total mismanagement on the part of planning the pattern of operation of the particular aircraft and crew scheduling, because everything has to merge. Supposing one tail aircraft is doing 6 sectors. Now, in those 6 sectors, which are the crew which are going to operate?
Yeah.
So the crew scheduling is equally responsible, and so is the planning of the aircraft movement.
No, but I think this kind of inventory management, Mr. Randhawa, should be part of the plan. I mean, should be part of the good management practices. Why
Absolutely
is it becoming an issue?
Absolutely right that this should be a good practice and not coming from the biggest airline in the country. The whole country is in a chaos at present. Now, this is what happens when there is total dependence on 1 or 2 airlines in the country. This has been insisting since long that this country needs at least 3 to 4 good airlines so that they compete with each other and the passengers are not put to such inconvenience. Now, on the contrary, you know that an airline which is ruling the skies is Indigo. At one time, they had an on-time performance of more than 90%, and now they're back to 30%. One of the worst OTPs. Everything to now, whatever chaos you're showing me on the TV from different places, it is very, very evident. It is not only the crew shortage.
Right.
Thirdly, on every flight, they are supposed to have standby crew. It is as per the FDTL CR. Every airline, supposing you operate one flight XYZ from Delhi to Mumbai, it must have captain, co-pilot, and you must have captain, co-pilot as a standby crew. They do not have.
Yeah.
Why the DGC has kept quiet? Why they haven't done the oversight and pulled up the airline?
Right.
Okay, then the schedule. The next point I'll come to is when the schedules are approved by the DGCA. How can DGCA approve a schedule when you don't even have the number of crews?
Right,
See
Mr.
the amount
Randhawa.
of problems which have
I think it's about a collapse of good management practices. It's about the airlines putting the onus on DGCA or the Civil Aviation Ministry because of its policy failure of not finding an answer to the duopoly, putting the onus on the airlines. Ultimately, the passengers are suffering, and we'll keep bringing to you those details so that everyone in authority is aware of what's happening on the ground. We slip in a short break. Coming up on the other side, the same story, more detailed coverage of civil aviation caps.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Over 1,000 Indigo flights disrupted and cancelled across the country and the airports today, and the disruptions continue across multiple cities. Air India issues statement on flight delays, blames Indigo for parking their flights on Pune airport tarmac for hours. DGCA rejects the explanation given by Indigo, says that they need time-bound intervention and solution. A fight between Pilots Association and Indigo management. Pilots body says disruption due to Indigo's lean manpower strategy. US lawmakers write to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, concerned over Pakistan's escalating campaign of transnational repression and human rights abuse under Pak PM Shehbaz Sharif. Major success in Bijapur-Dantewada border encounter, 18 Maoists killed. Russian President Vladimir Putin to arrive in India at 6:30 p.m. today to meet Prime Minister Modi later in the evening. Okay, we are beginning this with a breaking news development coming in from Kerala, where a Kerala court has dismissed the bail plea of Rahul Mama, the Congress MLA who faces sexual exploitation allegations, not one but two, and the court dismissing his plea for bail on the grounds that the charges are serious, on the grounds that the accused is in a position to influence the investigation and possibly intimidate the victims. We are going to have Sankar joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram on this story. These are pictures after Kerala police arrested one more person over the Rahul Mamakuthathil case. And earlier we had Rahul Ishwar getting arrested for revealing the identity of a woman who raised harassment complaint against Congress MLA Rahul Mamakuthathil. Now, of course, the Congress MLA has been in custody and his bail been rejected now. Shankar is live with us now on the same story. Shankar, what arguments the court accept for denying the bail of the Congress leader, Congress MLA?
Okay, actually, after hours of arguments and counter arguments on Wednesday and Thursday, the District Section Court Judge Nasira took a decision, ordered not to grant anticipatory bail to Rahul Mankutathil MLA, the Congress MLA who is facing sexual exploitation allegation from a woman. After the woman came up with a complaint, a number of other women also came up with similar complaints. Even today morning, a Congress party member who is a woman, M.A. Shahanas, who is a General Secretary of Samskara Sahidi, and a group affiliated to the Congress party, she also raised a similar sexual harassment complaint against Rahul Mankutathil. The court considered that such an act insulting the modesty of a woman should not have occurred from the side of a people representative, and there are ample evidence to prove that Rahul Mankutathil MLA forced that victim, the victim, for abortion, and also the prosecution presented a number of evidence to prove that the woman got conceived as per the direction of the MLA, and later all of a sudden he changed his mind. And when the woman was disclosing to MLA that she was pregnant and she faces a whole lot of physical difficulties, the MLA was behaving very rudely with that woman, and these all evidence remain crucial in disposing the pre-arrest bail application filed by Rahul Mankutathil MLA, and the court accepted the prosecution plea that granting the MLA bail may affect negatively the further proceedings of the case, as he is highly influential and he has big money and manpower to influence the witnesses and even the victim in this case. So considering the smooth conduction of the probe, the court rejected the pre-arrest bail application filed by the MLA. In the meantime, the probe team has intensified search for him across Kerala and even in Kerala and Tamil Nadu border. He is still absconding now, and it is almost certain that the probe team will go to any extent to get him nabbed at the earliest as possible.
All right, that's the latest in the Kerala Congress MLA case. Moving on for now, and from Kerala to Chhattisgarh, where forces have achieved major success in the Bijapur-Dantewada border area during their anti-Maoist operations by eliminating 18 of them, neutralized, including those from the PLGA. In fact, one commander of the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army has also been neutralized among those 18 Maoists. A large cache of arms, weapons and ammunition have been recovered from the encounter site. Cleaning up operations are going on. These are pictures from earlier. But Bijapur, remember, is the hub of Maoists in the region. And the entire corridor from Andhra Pradesh to Chhattisgarh there, including some parts of Maharashtra, Gadchiroli, and Operation Cleanup going on effectively now with the deadline of March 2026 put up by the Home Ministry and the Home Minister to eliminate or make India completely Maoist Naxal free. We have Bharat joining us live from Bijapur, in fact, for the latest. Bharat, what's the latest in terms of this encounter? ये जो एनकाउंटर हुआ है उसके बारे में जरा बताएं. ये 18 माओइस्ट मारे गए हैं. अभी लेटेस्ट परिस्थिति वहां बीजापुर में क्या है?
देखिए वेस्ट बस्तर डिवीजन में जो है इलाका है, उस पूरे इलाके पे जो माओवादी हैं, बड़े कैडर के जो माओवादी बोल सकते हैं या फिर जो सक्रिय माओवादी कह सकते हैं, वो उस इलाके पे मौजूद थे, जिसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिलती है और पुलिस एक रणनीतिकार के तहत इस पे उस पूरे इलाके पे जो एक ऑपरेशन जो है वो लॉन्च करती है। इस ऑपरेशन में एसटीएफ, डीआरजी, कोबरा पुलिस, जो इनकी जो जॉइंट ऑपरेशन थी, जॉइंट ऑपरेशन उस पूरे इलाके पे निकलते हैं और उस ऑपरेशन पे पुलिस और माओवादियों के बीच में फायरिंग शुरू हो जाती है। फायरिंग लगातार फायरिंग चलती है, फायरिंग दिन भर फायरिंग चलती है, कुछ फायरिंग ऐसी भी होती है कि रुक रुक की फायरिंग चलती है। जो हालात वहां पे बन रहे थे उसको देखते हुए जो आंकड़े बाहर निकल के आ रहे थे, इससे बताया जा रहा था कि 6 माओवादियों को पुलिस के जवान ने ढेर कर दिया। उसके बाद आंकड़े में ये भी तब्दील हो गई कुछ घंटों के बाद कि एक जवान जो है डीआरजी का, वो शहीद भी हो गया है। जैसे जैसे दिन बीतते गए, दिन बीतने के पश्चात जो आंकड़े में बढ़ोतरी भी आती गई, आंकड़े में बढ़ोतरी होने के पश्चात आज सुबह की अगर बात की जाए तो आज 18 माओवादियों को पुलिस के जवानों ने ढेर किया और उनके शव को जिला मुख्यालय बीजापुर लाया गया है। वहीं अगर बात की जाए जिस इलाके पे जो मुठभेड़ हुआ, उस पूरे इलाके की भौगोलिक परिस्थितियों की अगर बात की जाए तो वो वेस्ट डिवीजन का जो पूरा इलाका कहा जाता है, वो पूरा इलाका एक तरफ से कहा जाए तो उस इलाके पे जिन माओवादियों की जब मौजूदगी थी, उसमें बताया ये भी जा रहा था, जो कवायद लगाई जा रही थी, जो जानकारी जो बाहर निकल के आ रही थी, पापाराव जो है उसकी मौजूदगी भी उस इलाके पे थी, ऐसी कही जा रही है। लेकिन उसमें एक नक्सली ऐसा भी है जिन माओवादियों को पुलिस के जवानों ने ढेर किया, उसमें से एक नक्सली ऐसा है जिसका जिक्र हमेशा सुर्खियों पे रहा है, मुड़ियामी वेल्ला वही माओवादी है जो डिवीजन कमेटी मेंबर यानी डीवीसीएम के पद पे वो काबिज था, गंगालूर एरिया में काफी सक्रिय था, काफी सक्रिय उसकी भूमिका भी रही है। बहुत से घटनाओं पे वो उसका नाम हमेशा आया करता था। जन अदालत की अगर बात की जाए या फिर पे किसी को अगर मौत के घाट उतारना है तो इसका नाम हमेशा जिक्र हुआ करता था। ऐसे में बिल्कुल माओवादियों को भी पुलिस के जवानों ने ढेर किया, तो एक बड़ी सफलता देखी जाए।
बड़ी सफलता बिल्कुल है ये हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के लिए, सुरक्षा एजेंसीज के लिए, और माओइज्म को जिस तरह से ख़त्म किया जा रहा है ये उसका एक और नमूना है। थैंक यू, बट वी आर कमिंग आउट नाउ एंड मूविंग ऑन टू Russia India business forum that's going on in New Delhi, and in fact Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is speaking. Let's cut to that.
He said, and I quote, "On hearing the word Russia, the first word that comes to the mind of every Indian is India's Sukh Dukh Ka Sathi." That part is in Hindi. India's Sukh Dukh Ka Sathi. And it translates to a companion, a friend in good times and bad times. A companion in happiness and a companion in sorrow. And Excellency, I can assure you, you can go to any part of India and you will hear the same bond of friendship between Russia and India. Of course, as was said earlier in the video, our film industry has also strengthened that bond. Right from the days of Mera Naam Joker and Raj Kapoor going to Russia with this film, a film which didn't do very well in India originally. But it's after the Russians started liking it, we all recognized that to be a very beautiful film. A personal favorite, if I may add. And the Prime Minister further went on to say, no matter how low the temperature dips below minus during the Russian winter, the India-Russia friendship will always remain full of warmth. And I think that is what we can see in this room today. Friends, a decade ago, in 2014, during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first summit meeting with His Excellency President Vladimir Putin, we aimed for a $30 billion bilateral trade, as His Excellency just mentioned, by 2025. We are twice that already. Of course, you very rightly pointed out that it's very skewed and needs to be more balanced. We need to bring more diversity in our trade basket. We need to make it more balanced inter, say, Russia and India. We need to add more variety. And there's so much to offer between both countries. There's so much that we believe we can take from Russia, there's such a large variety of offerings that 1.4 billion Indians from India have to offer to Russia, that the sky is the limit. And I think if we all work together, particularly our business community takes a leap of faith, I am very sure this untapped potential can be explored. The partnership will flourish, will address the trade imbalance in the near future, and we'll work collectively to eliminate, reduce, dilute the trade barriers, if any. We'll work to create the right conditions to open opportunities for business persons on both sides. And therefore, the theme of today's business forum, sell to Russia, and within that, balanced growth, shared growth, I think is extremely opportune, comes at a moment of time when it is very relevant. Russia has a huge demand for a wide range of industrial goods, consumer products, presenting multiple untapped opportunities for Indian businesses. Many sectors with a strong potential would include, as you were mentioning, the automobile sector, whether it's cars, tractors, heavy commercial vehicles, electronics, smartphones, data processing equipment, heavy machinery, industrial components, textiles, food products, and many more. Friends, entrepreneurship runs deep in India's DNA. As we have developed our startup ecosystem to become the third largest in the world, propelling innovation across deep tech, agri-tech, fintech, defense, semiconductors, space, opportunities galore, which makes India a destination of choice, a provider of substance. I'm sure even investors looking for high value returns would find a lot of opportunities in India. Also a demographic dividend, the young, hardworking, talented, skilled men and women can fill Russia's large 3 million talent shortfall that I'm told exists. And I can assure you, our young people are not only very hardworking, they will not complain that it's Friday evening or it's Saturday and we need to go off. Our young men and women are driven, willing to work 7 days a week if the requirement is there. Willing to really put in long hours, a lot of hard work, very committed, very, very conscious of their responsibilities, outcome oriented. After all, we produce the world's largest number of STEM graduates, 2.4 million STEM graduates coming out of our universities and colleges every year. I am sure these young men and women, the talent from India, can inject innovative design skills, analytics, research, and other capabilities which will enhance Russia's competitiveness in the world markets. In conclusion, I would like to quote a phrase by Rasul Gamzatov, a Russian poet, and I quote, "There are no distant lands for those who have a friend nearby. Mountains do not divide us. They only lift our gaze higher to see another. In the same spirit, it is often said, when you cross one mountain, you only find many more ranges ahead to conquer. We may have achieved $70 billion of bilateral trade, but we cannot rest. We need to grow that. We need to balance that. We need to have the shared prosperity of both regions in our focus. In fact, Raj Kapoor's famous film Avara, whose timeless songs touched hearts across Russia, I am told, in a way epitomizes that friendship between the two countries.
All right, that's Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal talking about how India and Russia should be looking at diversifying their trade relationship and emphasized how it's important or an imperative that Russia import more goods and services and talent from India if the balance of trade situation is to be taken care of. Remember, this is just ahead of arrival of President Putin, who comes later in the evening. A huge entourage with him, 9 cabinet ministers and a big business delegation. There is a business summit planned tomorrow also at Bharat Mandapam, where both Prime Minister Modi and President Putin would make a joint appearance. Moving on for now and on to some other stories. And that's a big one. A narco-terror module busted by Jammu police. 3 automatic pistols and 5 kilograms of heroin recovered so far in this raid carried out by the agencies. And this consignment had come from Pakistani side in the Punjab region and then found its way to Jammu. From there it was tracked and the agency swooped down in a major operation and arrested or busted the module. The digital footprints show that these narco smugglers were in touch with their Pakistani handlers. 6 of them arrested. Gursimran joins us for more on this. Gursimran, what is the background of these 6 arrested? And while they were carrying these pistols and 5 kilograms of heroin, what was the destination? Was it meant for Jammu and Kashmir and to ruin the future of the youth of Jammu and Kashmir?
Yes, this narco-terror module that has been busted by the Jammu South Police, this was actually being operated from the Pakistan, from across the border handlers. They were actually operating this narco-terror module and using the drone. This consignment was dropped on the international border, Indo-Pakistan international border in Punjab, and soon after the dropping, it was taken to Jammu and Kashmir. It was further to be sold here, and then the proceed of narcotics that was to be used for the terror activities. Apart from this, 3 Glock pistols have also been recovered. This was based on multiple operations overnight. Multiple operations have been carried out by the Jammu South Police. Today, holding a press conference, SP Jammu South Ajay Sharma has shared the details that how they have busted this operation in a series of raids that they have conducted, because the recovery of around 6 kilogram of narcotics, 5 kilogram of narcotics, it was not done from a single consignment picker, but it was done from the different parts. So it was further split into different groups and was handed over to them. 3 Glock pistols have also been recovered that is also suspected to have been dropped using drones from across the border, and this entire module has been busted, and as we speak the interrogation of all 6 accused is underway. Of these 6 accused, we are told that 2 were in touch with the Pakistan based handlers, while rest 4 they were actually coordinating with these 2 key contact persons of the Pakistani handlers, and then the further plan was to sell this narcotics, this heroin, because it is 5 kilogram and the international market worth is roughly around 25 crores. So this entire money was to be brought back and then to be used for funneling the terror activities in Jammu and Kashmir, but due to the timely intervention of the Jammu and Kashmir police, this entire module has been busted.
Right. Thank you, Gursimran, with those details. We move on for now and look at some other stories that are happening across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart Andrei Belousov will co-chair the 22nd India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation ministerial meeting in New Delhi today. Later in the evening, the 2 leaders will review the entire range of multifaceted relations between two countries in the field of defense during the same. They will also exchange views on contemporary regional and global issues of mutual interest. Okay, we had to, in fact, take a short break, but coming up on the other side, overall civil aviation chaos, over 1,000 Indigo and other airline flights disrupted and cancelled over the last 48 hours across airports. That's our focus.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just...
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely...
Parliament now, people are openly speaking about jihad. Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind Chief Maulana Madni says jihad is significant not just for Muslims, but for the whole nation. He says jihad is important for India. They are constantly talking about jihad. Jihad has been misused by various groups that have been radicalized, terrorist groups, suicide bombings, religious terrorism. Can these people who are pushing for the use of the word jihad guarantee that this call will not be misinterpreted? Jaish, Lashkar, ISIS, Al-Qaeda all use the word jihad. This is a call for radicalization and for religious mobilization. And those who are advocating it know that terrorists have misused. Time has come for all right-thinking Indians to say we are not going to be a radicalized country. The only ism for this country should be nationalism. Jihad cannot be an ideology forced down our throat.
Over 1,000 Indigo flights disrupted and cancelled today across airports as disruptions continue across multiple cities. Air India issues statement on flight delays, blames Indigo for parking their flights on Pune airport tarmac for hours. DGCA rejects the explanation given by Indigo, says they need time-bound intervention and solution. Fight between Pilots Association and Indigo management. Pilots body says disruption due to Indigo's lean manpower strategy. US lawmakers write to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, concerned over Pakistan's escalating campaign of transnational repression and human rights abuse under Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Major success in Bijapur-Dantewada border area encounter, 18 Maoists killed. And Russian President Vladimir Putin set to arrive later in the evening to meet Prime Minister Modi at a private dinner at the 7 LKM residence.
Started this edition with some breaking news now coming in. This is with regards to the action that has been taken in the Delhi blast probe, where we are being told that chemical shops that have been located in Faridabad is now being raided by the National Investigation Agency. In fact, NIA's team has reached the Nehru ground in Faridabad, where they've sealed chemical shops. Multiple shops have been sealed by the National Investigation Agency. This after the investigation essentially revealed that terrorist Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Shahid had purchased chemicals that were basically used in the blast from these two shops, shop number B77 and B37. These are the two shops which have been now sealed by the National Investigation Agency. On your screens, these are the latest images coming in of the raid that was carried out by the National Investigation Agency, which basically indicates that there has been an intensification as far as the probe is concerned. So far, about 9 arrests have already taken place, and aides of mastermind have also been taken into custody by the National Investigation Agency. What they've also found so far is the fact that most of the chemicals which were basically used by the terrorist doctors and the module itself, it seems that they had basically procured from chemical shops like these, where you can see the raids are now being carried out. And this was not just located in Faridabad. We are given to understand that some procurement was also done from Saharanpur. Two places where all the explosive materials were basically being stored were houses that were being run by terrorist Dr. Muzammil as well as Umar, both of them who were basically using these two places in Faridabad for procurement and for the storage of the arms and ammunition. It turns out that the stocking of the arms and ammunition started about a few years ago, and it was done over a period of almost 4 years. That's what the investigation reveals so far. Part of the investigation that has been carried out first by the Jammu and Kashmir police and thereafter by Faridabad police and the National Investigation Agency along with Delhi police, now basically revealing the fact that they've been able to identify from where the arms and ammunition were being procured and how exactly it was basically being used. They've also been able to identify the vehicles that have been used for the transportation of the arms and ammunition. Getting us the latest details is my colleague Jatin. Jatin, ये बताइए कि कई सारे ऐसे केमिकल शॉप्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया गया था. नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी ये मानती है सिर्फ फरीदाबाद में नहीं, पर कई और ऐसे जगह हैं जहां से प्रोक्योरमेंट किया जा रहा था.
बिल्कुल, देखिए आज जो जांच एजेंसियों द्वारा ये बड़ा कदम उठाया गया और ये फरीदाबाद में उठाया गया। एनआईटी में ये 2 दुकानें हैं जिससे जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल और डॉक्टर शाहीन ने विस्फोटक बनाने में जिन केमिकल का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है वो केमिकल यहाँ से खरीदे थे। हाइड्रोजन जो केमिकल है वो यहाँ से खरीदा गया था और एक एमेटॉन करके केमिकल है वो इन दोनों दुकानों से खरीदा गया। जिसके बाद एनआईए जो कि इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है, उन्होंने लोकल एसडीएम और जो थाना के एसएचओ हैं उनको इस बारे में डिटेल शेयर की और आज एसडीएम के देखरेख में ये जो दोनों दुकानें हैं उसको सील किया गया और कार्रवाई की गई है। हालांकि प्रशासन ने, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने इस दुकान से जुड़े दस्तावेजों को भी खंगाला, उसमें भी काफी सारी खामियां पाई गई हैं। इन दोनों दुकानों के पास कोई लाइसेंस नहीं था इस तरीके के केमिकल्स को बेचने के लिए। हालांकि दोनों ही दुकानदारों से अब जो एजेंसीज है वो पूछताछ कर रही है। डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल और डॉक्टर शाहीन की तस्वीरों को भी इन दोनों दुकानों से कन्फ्रंट कराया जा रहा है ताकि आगे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो इस पूरे मामले में की जा सके। लेकिन जो एनआईए से जानकारी मिल रही है कि इन दोनों दुकानों से दिल्ली धमाके में जो विस्फोटक इस्तेमाल किया गया था उसको बनाने में जो केमिकल का इस्तेमाल किया गया वो इन्हीं दोनों दुकानों से खरीदा गया, जिसके बाद लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की मदद से इन दोनों दुकानों को सील किया गया और आगे जो कार्रवाई है वो संभवतः की जा रही है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, एनआईए इन्वेस्टिगेशन जिन जिन दुकानों की ओर जा रही है जहां से अमोनियम नाइट्रेट खरीदा गया वो दुकानें जो आइडेंटिफाई की जा रही है, एक प्रॉपर चेन, एक प्रॉपर सीक्वेंस इस पूरे मामले में जो जांच एजेंसी है वो तैयार कर रही है और उसी कड़ी में इन 2 दुकानों तक एजेंसी पहुंची और तमाम सबूत मिले। शाहीन और मुजम्मिल से भी इन दोनों दुकानों के बारे में जो जानकारी है वो जुटाई गई, जिसके बाद आज ये कार्रवाई फरीदाबाद के एनआईटी मार्केट में की गई है जहां पर दोनों ही दुकानों को सील कर दिया गया है। दोनों ही दुकानों के जो मालिक है उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है और अभी तक की जांच में और जो चीजें निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं बहुत क्लियर है कि जिस तरीके के केमिकल्स की ये लोग दोनों दुकानें डील कर रहे थे उसका प्रॉपर लाइसेंस इनके पास नहीं था और मुजम्मिल और शाहीन जो कि केमिकल खरीदने यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे उनके बारे में पूछताछ की जा रही है। हमारी लोकल अथॉरिटी से बात हुई, उनका कहना है कि मुजम्मिल के बारे में जब इन दोनों दुकानदारों से पूछा जा रहा है तो वो ये तर्क दे रहे हैं कि सैकड़ों लोग आते हैं सामान खरीदने के लिए, हर किसी का चेहरा याद करना मुश्किल है। लेकिन उस दुकान में और आसपास के जितने भी सीसीटीवी कैमरे लगे हैं उसको एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने सीज किया है ताकि एक प्रॉपर सीक्वेंस और प्रॉपर सबूत इस पूरे मामले में तैयार किया जा सके। लेकिन अभी तक की डेवलपमेंट के हिसाब से बड़ी कार्रवाई जांच एजेंसियों द्वारा, जहां पर एसडीएम के देखरेख में ये दोनों दुकानें सील की गई हैं। मुजम्मिल और शाहीना ने विस्फोटक में इस्तेमाल होने वाला केमिकल यहां से खरीदा था, उसी बेसिस पर कार्रवाई की गई है और कोई लाइसेंस इनके पास से नहीं मिला है। तो जाहिर सी बात है इन दोनों से पूछताछ में और दूसरी दुकानों के बारे में जो जानकारी मिल रही है वहां पर भी आने वाले दिनों में कार्रवाई होती आपको नजर आएगी। जी,
Thank you very much, Jatin, for getting us the latest details. It turns out that the investigation in terms of identifying where exactly it has been produced and procured from will now be taken forward to other cities too. Shift focus now to a quick report now coming in. This is with regards to the joint exercise that is being carried out by India and France. The Air Force of both the countries are now carrying out a joint exercise, simulation exercises and several other exercises are now being carried out, both of the forces, with a single key point focus is about the camaraderie that exists between both the forces. Take a look at this quick report.
India and France marked the successful completion of their joint Air Force exercise, Garuda 25. This exercise entailed the air forces of both the countries engaging in joint training, thereby building a spirit of camaraderie. This exercise, a massive display of operational excellence, strengthened military ties between India and France.
Getting some breaking news right now. This is with regards to a fresh notice to airmen that has been issued by India, basically extending its area along the Bay of Bengal. In fact, we're given to understand that there is a possibility of a sea-based missile launch that's expected to take place. India has basically extended the NOTAM now to about 1,900 kilometers. It does appear at this stage that India is essentially preparing for a ballistic missile launch that's likely to take place. There have been cancellations in the past, but now we're being told that India has now extended the danger zone for the missile test, which basically expands to about 1,900 kilometers. Ishan, with regards to the change in the NOTAM, there is a clear indication that this could be a sea-based launch that can take place. Perhaps this is with regards to the ballistic missile launch that was essentially being planned earlier.
Absolutely. The initial NOTAM was issued for around 3,400 kilometers. Now that has been cancelled and a fresh NOTAM has been issued. This is in the region of the Visakhapatnam base. The Visakhapatnam base is home to our submarine fleet as well. So this could be indicative of the type of missile that is being tested, that it could be a submarine launched ballistic missile test. The K4 is being suspected due to the given outline of the NOTAM boundaries. The NOTAM has been issued for December 11th. It will be extended up to 1,900 kilometers, and it is a notable NOTAM because it is clearly based from the Visakhapatnam region straight outward and up to a height of around 40,000 feet. So this 40,000 feet is also indicative of the type of test that could be conducted. It could be a K4 missile test, which has the ability to maneuver in mid-air flight trajectory changes. And if this test is conducted, it would be a very significant boost to the Indian Armed Forces, as this submarine-launched ballistic missile is under development by DRDO for some time now.
Thank you very much, Ishan, for getting us the latest details. It seems that the launch is expected in the next couple of days, with an extension of the danger zone as far as this missile test is concerned has now just been increased. Let's shift focus now to a special story that we are getting to you. This is with regards to the current situation in Pakistan. In fact, there was a speculation that was essentially doing the rounds that whether at all the civilian government in Pakistan is trying to distance away from the final ratification of Field Marshal Asim Munir becoming the Chief of Defence Force. In fact, the notification is yet to be issued by the civilian government. It seems that Shehbaz Sharif had taken off to Bahrain and then to London, avoiding signing off on the notification, preventing Field Marshal Asim Munir becoming the Chief of Defence Force.
Partly, the Prime Minister, he had gone to Bahrain, and from there he pushed off to London. He's supposed to be in London for 3 or 4 days. I don't know whether he's come back or when he will come back. So he is deliberately staying out of this because he clearly doesn't want to issue the notification giving Asim Munir 5 years as Army Chief and as Chief of Defence Forces. Because his tenure finished yesterday. And as per the amendment, the 27th Amendment to the Constitution, there is now a Chief of Defence Force, and the term of the Army Chief will be coterminous with the CDF and runs for 5 years. But there has to be a notification. You see, I'll read out the provision of the Army Act, which was modified. Provided that for the first appointment of Chief of Army Staff, concurrently the Chief of Defence Forces, under Article 243 of the Constitution, the tenure under this section shall commence from the date of notification of the said office. Now, because there is no notification issued yet, so then the obvious question is that Munir would have retired yesterday. Now, some people feel that there is a controversy. This is very clear that, only from the date of notification can he continue as Army Chief and Chief of Defence Forces. But some people feel that the Army Act was also amended in 2004, under which the tenure of the Army Chief was for 5 years. So he's done 3 years, 22 to 25. He has another 2 years to go. So they feel that no new notification is actually required. Now, this is controversial. And we don't know which way or how the judiciary will look at it or how the government will look at it. But the fact of the matter is that this makes his position very tenuous. At the same time, there are reports that there are other generals in the general headquarters and within the top echelons of the army who are now jostling for position to become Army Chief or to become, there are 2 new posts of 4 stars that have been created. So all in all, this is a very messy state of affairs. And if the fact remains that he is no longer the Army Chief, then you have a situation where Pakistan doesn't have an Army Chief, and even the Nuclear Command Authority, which was supposed to be under a new post of Strategic Forces Command, that is also not there. So it's an extremely strange situation that Pakistan is under at the moment. You see, very smartly, the Prime Minister, he had gone to Bahrain, and from there, he pushed off to London. He's supposed to be in London for 3 or 4 days. I don't know whether he's come back or when he will come back. So he is deliberately staying out of this because he clearly doesn't want to issue the notification giving Asim Munir 5 years as Army Chief and as Chief of Defence Forces. So he thinks that by keeping away from Pakistan and not having to sign the notification, he can escape the consequences. But this situation can't continue. You can't have a nuclear-armed country without a chief of the army staff or without somebody in charge of the Nuclear Command Authority. You see, the fact is that the civilian leadership is extremely weak to oppose Asim Munir and the military. So they are doing these tricks by the back door. If they were strong, they could have told him, sorry, we're not going to give you 5 years, we're not going to make you Chief of Defence Forces. But this was rammed through Parliament because of the pressure of the army to create this post of Chief of Defence Forces, which also is the head of the Air Force and the Navy. So it is because of the weakness of the civilian government. That's the reason why they are delaying it through backdoor tactics rather than being upfront. They clearly don't want to appoint or sign the notification for 5 years as CDF or in 5 years, another 5 years. He's already done 3 years. So by the time he finishes, he would have done 8 years. He could then even seek 5 years after that. Just to prove his utility and the fact that he must continue and the notification should be issued, he could provoke an incident. Even though legally, technically, he may not be Army Chief, but he could still provoke it. Who's to challenge him? So it's a very unsatisfactory situation. I would say even a very serious situation for Pakistan. Certainly, because you have an army and they're not sure whether he is the chief or not. And in case he gets it into his mind to provoke an incident with India, what happens then? So it's a dangerous situation.
Well, in fact, we're getting at the latest coming in from Gujarat, where the High Court, we are now being told, has received a bomb threat not very sure at this point in time in terms of the origin of the bomb threat. There has been security that has been increased outside the Gujarat High Court. We're getting in more details with regards to what's really happening on the ground. In fact, we've been told that the security has been increased and those who have been inside the High Court have been asked to move out. In fact, the bomb threat was received around 9 o'clock this morning, but it was only realized by the administration department around a little after 11 o'clock in the morning. The premises still remains operational is what we are being told, but the security has been increased in the area. Bomb squad as well as police teams are currently at this site carrying out necessary checks. We'll try and see if we can go across to our colleague in Ahmedabad, Swarali, on this story. Remember, 2 such bomb threats have been reported from across the country today. First, essentially coming in from Ahmedabad once again. This was an emergency landing that took place of an Indigo flight that was, which was en route to Hyderabad. And now we are being told that there is a second such bomb threat coming in. This is to the Gujarat High Court. Swarali is joining us on this broadcast. What's the current situation like? Swarali, if you can hear me, what's the current situation like? Are you picking up in terms of the investigation that has been carried so far? What have they been able to track so far?
There is one more bomb threat. Our number per halma incoming calls.
We seem to have lost that line with Swarali. We'll try and go across to her in a short while from now. Just a quick recap of what we know so far. This is the second bomb threat which is now being reported from Ahmedabad. First coming in from an Indigo flight which was en route to Hyderabad and made an emergency landing in Ahmedabad. This is the second bomb threat mail that has now been received. This has been received by the Gujarat High Court's Administrative Department. The bomb threat came in around 9 o'clock in the morning, but the Administrative Department only realized that such a mail was received only around 11 o'clock. So far, what we are being told is that the investigation is still underway. We do not know what's the source of this bomb threat and whether at all this is a hoax to begin with. Another breaking news now coming in, staying with Gujarat, where the ATS has busted a major espionage network. 2 people have been arrested so far. In fact, we're being told that the Gujarat ATS has spoken just a short while back, providing details of the Pakistani link that has basically emerged. Multiple arrests have been made from bordering states like Gujarat as well as Rajasthan in the last few months, particularly of these rackets that have been carried out. The accused, in fact, we are being told, has leaked classified information, army information, to a handler based in Pakistan. We'll try and see if we can put out the first response coming in from the Gujarat ATS. On your screens right now, the accused who has been taken into the custody by Gujarat ATS. These are the details that we have at this point in time in terms of the investigation that has been carried out. Let's first listen in to what the Gujarat ATS had to say.
पाकिस्तानी इंटेलिजेंस ऑपरेटिव्स के संपर्क में देश विरुद्ध कार्यवाही करते हुए 2 आरोपी को एटीएस गुजरात ने गिरफ्तार किया गया है, जिसमें एक आरोपी का नाम है अजय कुमार सिंह और दूसरे का नाम है रश्मनी, जिसमें हम एटीएस गुजरात ने इन ऐसे देश विरोधी कामगिरी जो करते हैं उनके ऊपर हमने वॉच रखा है, जिसके अंदर एक टीम बनाया गया है जिसका नेतृत्व डीवाईएसपी हर्ष उपाध्याय के नेतृत्व में पीआई वीएन वाघेला, डीवी राठौड़, पीएसआई डीवी राठौड़, पीएसआई हेमंत नीनामा के टीम बनाया गया था, जिसके ऊपर इन्होंने काम किया गया था। इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान हमको ये माहिती मिली है कि ये 2 जो एक्यूज हमने जो पकड़ा है, ये लोग देश विरोधी कार्यवाही कर रहे थे, जिसके अंदर हम तपास करते ये जानने को मिला है कि जो पहला आरोपी अजय कुमार सिंह जो है अभी हाल गोवा में रहता है, एक डिस्टिलरी में सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर तरीके काम करता है, मूल निवासी बिहार का है, जो एक पाकिस्तानी ऑपरेटिव जिसका नाम अंकिता शर्मा नाम का एक एंटिटी के साथ व्हाट्सएप के ऊपर कांटेक्ट में आया था, जब ये 2022 में आया था, जब ये दिमापुर में आर्मी में सूबेदार के तरीके काम करता था। तब से लेके अभी तक ये कांटेक्ट में रहा था। कॉन्स्टेंटली आर्मी के अलग अलग मूवमेंट, आर्मी ऑफिसर्स के बदली, इनका जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन है ये अंकिता शर्मा के साथ ऑनलाइन में शेयर करता रहता था। उसके अलावा उसके कहने से इन्होंने एक ट्रोजन मालवेयर भी इसके मोबाइल में इंस्टॉल किया गया था जानबूझ के, ताकि इसको बार बार शेयर करना ना पड़े, और जो भी इसने जासूसी आर्मी का जो भी सिक्योरिटी इंफॉर्मेशन, इंटेलिजेंस इंफॉर्मेशन इसने अगर इंस्टॉल किया उसके अकाउंट में, तो फ़ोन में ऑटोमेटिकली उनके पास पहुंचा जाता था। इसके अलावा हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ये पता चला कि दूसरे आरोपी जो रश्मनी है, जो मूल निवासी है दमन का, यूपी का, पर अभी हाल रहती है दमन में, वो भी व्हाट्सएप में ऑनलाइन में एक खालिद अने अब्दुल सत्तार करके दो आदमी के साथ संपर्क में आया था, जिसके कहने से ये उनका ये कहना था कि ये उनके बागरूप में काम करे और अलग अलग आर्मी के मूवमेंट और आर्मी ऑफिसर्स के इंफॉर्मेशन पता करके उनको पहुंचाए।
In fact, my colleague Swarali was present when the accused was being presented before the court. Let me just go across to Swarali. Swarali, what more details are you getting in terms of the investigation that has been carried out so far? Since when was he in touch with the Pakistani handlers?
Yes, that's true. Two people have been arrested in the from Gujarat in the Espionage case, and they were in contact with Pakistani handlers. Now, let me tell you, Ajay Singh, who hails from Goa, and on the other hand, Rashmani, who hails from Daman. She actually belongs from Uttar Pradesh, but stays in Daman. So, both of them are involved in the case with they are connected with the handlers in Pakistan. On one hand, Ajay Singh was himself a Subedar with Indian Army till 2022. He came in the contact with handlers when he was posted in Dimapur, and since then he is said to be sharing all the details about Indian Army's locations and positionings and transfers. He is supposed to share all the details with the Pakistani handlers. On the other hand, Rashmani, who is a tutor, was in touch with Khalid, and other Pakistani handler, and she was a conduit and used to trap people from and officers of Indian Army, used to get information and hence send it forward to Pakistani handlers. In this entire case,
we seem to have lost the line with Surali. A confirmation now coming in that there is evidence that Gujarat ATS have secured in terms of the direct link between the accused and the handlers based out of Pakistan. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition. More news coming up on the other side as we keep track the national aviation chaos that's taken place. Over 1,000 Indigo flights have been disrupted and cancelled because of changes that have been made in the roster of the crew members.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
RPO.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Over 1,000 Indigo flights disrupted and cancelled today across airports as disruptions continue across multiple airports. Air India issues statement on flight delays, blames Indigo for parking their flights on Pune airport tarmac for hours. DGCA rejects explanation given by Indigo, says that they need time-bound intervention and solution. Fight erupts between Pilots Association and Indigo management. Pilot body says disruption due to Indigo's lean manpower strategy. US lawmakers write to US Secretary of State concerned over Pakistan's escalating campaign of transnational repression and human rights abuses under Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Major success in Bijapur-Dantewada border encounter, 18 Maoists killed. Russian President Vladimir Putin to arrive in India at around 6 o'clock this evening to meet Prime Minister Modi later tonight. Getting in the latest details with regards to President Putin's arrival, now being told that Raksha Rajya has received Defense Minister of Russia, Andrei Belousov, at the Air Force Station Palam in New Delhi. Chief of Defense Staff General Anil Chauhan was also present. Russian Defense Minister will be co-chairing the 22nd India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military as well as Military Technical Cooperation Ministerial meeting with Raksha Rajya Mantri that's going to take place in a short while from now. We've also got more details in terms of the meeting that's going to take place and what perhaps would be on the agenda. In fact, these are the details that we have got in terms of the planned agenda. First, that's roughly are going to be on the results of their recent joint work. Second, they would be outlining new and promising areas for future cooperation is what we're being told has been part of the agenda. And certain regional security issues are likely to also be raised in the 22nd meeting of the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military Technical Cooperation. Now, these are the details that are coming in right now. Ishan is joining us on this broadcast. Ishan, on the cards right now, of course, in terms of the procurement that is going to take place, S-400 becoming one of the biggest talking points. But with regards to this intergovernmental meeting that's going to take place, are you picking up anything with regards to the agenda?
The cooperation between the defense industries of India and Russia. The focus will be in joint production, transfer of technologies, and sale of ready-to-use weapon systems such as the S-400 and the Su-57 stealth aircrafts. However, the particular meeting between the two defense ministers will be focused on avenues of joint production and increase in the government to government level dealings between the two nations. The initial weapon system that had been earlier sold, such as the AK-203 under license production by IRRPL, and such weapons that are being produced in India, which have been developed in Russia or jointly developed. The export of such weapons is also a key aspect that will be discussed during these meetings, because India has now been producing a few of these platforms that were developed by Russia or jointly developed by India and Russia, such as the BrahMos, AK-203, the AK-630, which have now started production in India. Now, these are the particular weapon systems that are being produced in India. Now, the discussion will be on a standardized framework of export of such weapons from India to other friendly nations. Right now, the BrahMos missile is one of the most successful missiles that have been easily exported, and multiple countries have shown interest in procuring them as well. Similarly, some African nations have shown a keen interest in purchasing the AK-203 that is being produced in India. So such are the primary focus of this particular meeting between the two defense ministers.
Important thing that we're going to be all looking at, and also as the Russian premier is landing in New Delhi today, commencing his two-day diplomatic visit to India, the talks that are ensuring between him and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi are set to cover grounds from energy, technology, trade, defense. Prominent in the defense talks is Russian fifth-generation fighter jet Sukhoi 57. Take a look.
Ahead of President Putin's arrival, there is a talk of big defense deal in the air. That of Russian fifth-generation fighter jets Sukhoi 57. Russia has offered unrestricted technology transfer in case India gets interested. A possible deal can plug a gaping hole in India's fighter jets arsenal, a fifth-generation jet to take on enemies to the east and the west. The aircraft has twin engines and boasts super maneuverability. Additionally, the aircraft can fly at Mach 2 speeds and has stealth capabilities to evade all radars. Hard selling the aircraft, spokesperson Dmitry Peskov stated that Su-57 is the best in the world. But this brings us to the key question everyone is asking. Is India actually moving towards acquiring the Su-57, or are these talks simply an exploration of future possibilities? The pluses include familiarity with the platform given the Su-30 experience for over 2 decades. With tech transfer offer from the Russians, HAL can manufacture and IAF can train and maintain without much additional costs. But with Americans exerting pressure for their F-35S, the game is still wide open.
As President Putin's plane lands in Delhi today, one name echoes through every strategic briefing: the S-400 Triumph, India's Sudarshan Chakra. 3 squadrons already staged ground and guard from Rajasthan to the northeast, and 7 months ago in Operation Sindoor, they proved why, shredding Pakistani jets before a single weapon could cross our border. A lesson the world will not forget. And when Prime Minister Modi sits down with President Putin, the S-400 will once again dominate the table. More deliveries, the leap to S-500, and a partnership that has never bowed to pressure.
As Vladimir Putin's plane touches down in New Delhi today, one weapon system dominates every closed-door briefing: the S-400 Triumph, India's Sudarshan Chakra. Signed in 2018 for $5.4 billion, 5 squadrons were contracted. 3 are already guarding Indian skies from Rajasthan to the northeast. And now, India is eyeing the evolved S-500 missiles. Despite multiple threats, India never blinked. And 7 months ago, the world saw why. In Operation Sindoor, India hit 9 terror camps deep inside Pakistan in just 22 minutes. S-400 shot down multiple Pakistani fighters. Pakistani jets never managed to release a single weapon on Indian soil. The sky belonged to India. Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh called the S-400 an absolute game changer, and Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi called the operation a trusted orchestra with the S-400 as the lead conductor.
Surface-to-air missiles का engagement, I think जो हमने LR SAMs, जो long range SAMs खरीदी थी, जो S-400, they turned out to be a game changer in this. उनकी long range, the radars, the missile system could threaten the enemy aircraft well inside their own territory. तो हम कुछ ऐसा कर पाए कि वो अपने टेरिटरी में भी ऑपरेट नहीं कर पाए.
And on Wednesday, Kremlin spokesperson Peskov confirmed that the S-400 remains very high on agenda.
President Putin is coming with a very wide delegation. We will have certain members of delegation that will be able to discuss this issue in details. I have no doubt it will be mentioned also on the highest level. The only thing I will say that our military industry is working pretty well. And during the last 4 years, we have managed to enlarge the volumes of production the way that we can not only satisfy the needs of our military forces during their military operation in Ukraine, but we also can allow continuation of export operations. Of course, this will be also the case for India. We're interested in continuation of cooperation in this very sensitive field, and hopefully we'll continue to do that.
And when Prime Minister Modi and Putin sit across the table, they won't just be discussing missiles. They will be renewing a decade-long partnership.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. This time it's coming in from Bangladesh's tribunal that's now issued a warrant against Sheikh Hasina's son, Joy. Bangladesh's tribunal ICT has also issued an arrest warrant against Sajib Wazid Joy, son of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Bangladesh's ICT issued this order on charges of committing crime against humanity when the internet was shut down during the student-led anti-government protests in 2024 July. The information came in from Justice Ghulam Murtaza's bench that delivered this order, and the ICT is a Bangladesh tribunal that took into consideration allegations against former state minister. Also, it is earlier this very bench that had also given the death sentence to former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina for killing students allegedly during last year's protest. This year, now, this Dhaka court has sentenced her son on charges of committing crimes against humanity. Let's go across and cut across to details that are coming in. Raksha Mantri is with his Russian counterpart.
Обратно дадим.
Getting details on this visit, Raksha Mantri and the Russian counterpart having this meeting, Andrei Belosov also there. 22nd Indian-Russian military cooperation. Russian defense minister earlier arrived in the capital. A very key level, high-level discussion is also going to be there between India and Russia on defense cooperation, strategic partnership. This meeting is also going to be taking place. It's clearing key military logistics agreement. We're also going to be seeing very important meetings that are going to be there on, of course, the Su-57. That is the best stated to be the plane in the world. We're also being told at this time that these meetings are going to be high impact, with the defense minister of Russia, Mr. Andrei Belosov, meeting Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. They're at the war memorial currently, spending time at there. They're laying the wreath at the National War Memorial, after which the real meetings, the real agenda is going to be there set. Russian defense minister meets Rajnath Singh in that key important meeting that's also going to take place shortly, and the Russian defense minister meeting Rajnath Singh. We're also getting more visuals on
अरे यार सर अरे पीछे मत चल जा छोड़ दो
saying Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belosov in those shots that are coming in from New Delhi. They are going to be co-chairing the 22nd India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation ministerial meeting in New Delhi. Also, Russian President Vladimir Putin set to visit India for the first time in 4 years. Today at around 6 p.m. he's going to land in India. Very key, because what we are looking at now is a strategic partnership, a special privileged alliance. My colleague Niranjan joining us on the phone line, our editor. Niranjan, very clearly this is a journey not only from strategic partnership to a special privileged alliance between India and Russia that we're going to be seeing.
Well, Rhythm, very interestingly, the defense minister of Russia, Andrei Belosov, and our Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh will also be co-chairing a 22nd India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission. This will be a military and military technical cooperation ministerial meeting. This is this evening. And in that meeting, they're going to be discussing a few critical aspects of defense cooperation between both India and Russia. But before that, he will be, of course, at the National War Memorial. That will be both Raksha Mantri Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart, who will be at the National War Memorial to pay tribute to India's heroes. Now, on the table, when they both meet, they will also review entire range of defense cooperation, of course, by virtue of both looking after the defense portfolios in the respective countries, military technical cooperation, They will also exchange views on contemporary, regional and global issues of, military interest to both nations. The agenda we are hearing, this is a key meeting where they will be also discussing delivery of the remaining S-400 air defense systems, given how critical it is now to India's air defense. India is also likely to examine the possibility of getting more S-400 units. And there is also a talk of acquiring Russia's next generation S-500. Now, all of these are up for talks when our defense minister meets his Russian counterpart Belousov this evening. And they are jointly today at the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation. Rhythm, back to you.
Yes, absolutely. And that key meeting that we're all going to be looking forward to is very crucial. Like Niranjan was telling us, we're going to be seeing very, very crucial defense meetings that are going to be co-chaired between the Russian Defense Minister and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh that are going to be on India-Russia Defense Commission. We stay with those visuals that have just come in. Like Niranjan was telling us that this is going to be an Russia-India Intergovernment Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation. What is very clear is that the entire range, viewers, of multifaceted relations between the two countries in the field of defense is going to be looked at during the meeting. There's going to be an exchange of views that's very important on the contemporary regional and global issues of mutual interest. The ministry had also at that time said that Mr. Belousov will also be laying the wreath, like we've just seen, at the National War Memorial. He has also paid tribute to the Indian soldiers who made the supreme sacrifice in the line of duty. So these are big deals on the table that we are seeing today that are going to be there. And Niranjan, if I could come back to you, very critical. I could also like to try and go across to my colleague Shavan Sen. All right, so as we're going to stay with that, viewers, with key regional global issues, the two countries have strategic interests that are going to be decided. A range of defense issues are going to be looked at here, and this is very critical because the defense minister and his counterpart from Russia, Andrei Belousov, who are going to be on that key intergovernmental commission, are going to be chairing this on military cooperation. Russia has always been our key strategic partner and an alliance with them. We're going to be seeing these ties very, very carefully as this visit of Vladimir Putin is also there. We're going to look at that. Coming up after a short break, we stay with these visuals. What's on the card? Defense, oil, trade. Modi-Putin going to meet tonight. That key meeting and our key advanced political, economic, defense, cultural, multilateral domains between India and Russia. All that on the cards today, right here on Republic TV. Coverage of that continues after a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and hold ground inside enemy territory within 72 to 96 hours, showing a strategy built on speed and shock rather than slow, grinding advances. This matters because in today's world, with television cameras and international pressure, military victories must come quickly before diplomacy forces everyone to stop. It reflects lessons from recent conflicts, where hesitation costs more than decisive action, and where the side that acts fastest often wins, regardless of overall strength. Equally important is that most of the equipment used was made in India, from Dhanush howitzers to indigenous bridges to homegrown kamikaze drones. This means India can fight a sustained war without depending on foreign suppliers who might refuse to send spare parts or ammunition during a crisis. The presence of some imported systems like Apache helicopters alongside Indian equipment shows a practical approach that uses the best available.
Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhuma. Top focus is going to be on that very crucial meeting between India and Russia, Moscow and New Delhi, where Prime Minister Modi is going to be greeting President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, when he lands here for the 2-day visit. Remember, his first visit to India after 10 years, most crucial because this is his first visit after the Ukraine war has started. What's on the cards is going to be defense, trade, oil. But first, we're going to take a look at our key strategic alliance partner. First, a look at our top headlines. Raksha Mantri, Russian Defense Minister lay wreath at National War Memorial, pay tribute to Indian soldiers who sacrificed their life for the nation. Russian President Vladimir Putin to arrive in India at 6 p.m. today to meet Prime Minister Modi later today. Air India issues statement on flight delays, blames Indigo for parking their flight on Pune airport tarmac for hours. DGCA rejects the explanation given by Indigo, says they need time-bound intervention and solutions. Fight between Pilots Association and Indigo management. Pilots body says disruption due to Indigo's lean manpower strategy. There's a major success in Bijapur-Dantewada border encounter. 18 Maoists are killed. And we're going to first go across to the visuals that have just come in a short while ago. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, Russian Defense Minister, his counterpart Andrei Belousov laid the wreath at the National War Memorial just a short while ago. These are the live pictures that had just come in from the capital. Very crucial as India and Russia are going to be now looking at very key deals that they're going to look at. We're also going to be seeing the key intergovernment cooperation, intergovernment commission that's going to be looking at detailed meetings that are going to be held between the two defense ministers today. We're also going to be looking at the strategic partnership that's been in place since 2000. Remember, this is extremely critical to understand because as the defense minister arrived in Delhi, he's going to be co-chairing the key meeting on military cooperation with our Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. During this meeting, Rajnath Singh and Belousov, Russian defense minister, are also going to be reviewing the multifaceted ties between the two nations. We can see both of them there at the National War Memorial. Let me go across first to our senior executive editor, Abhishek, and my colleague Ishan joining us. Abhishek, I want to come across to you. For several days, we've been seeing you've been having a word with the embassy officials. Abhishek, what are you picking up on the importance of this key meeting?
Well, this is just ahead of the annual summit meeting between the respective leaders, President Putin of Russia and Prime Minister Modi of India, that happens in New Delhi tomorrow. And this is essentially about an appraisal of the defense partnership, which is a key component of the overall architecture of India-Russia relationship rhythm. The fact that even now, despite some changes over the last decade, almost 40% of Indian military hardware is of Russian vintage, from our T-90 Bhisham tanks to the MiGs, to Sukhois, to the BrahMos and the S-400s. So, this all this, one, needs to be maintained, refurbished, upgraded, and two, the offers that the Russian delegation has come up with, an offer for Su-57s, for example, Russia's fifth generation fighter aircraft, Sukhoi 57. And then, of course, we want more of S-400s. The already existing order still needs to be completed. We had ordered 5, we have 3, we need 2 more, and the Russians have delayed it. All those things are going to be very important part of the conversation that's going to take place as we speak. In fact, it should have begun between Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart Andrei Belousov. And the fact that they have this part of the delegation has come in advance and they are having this dialogue, which means that there is an element of prep so that whatever decisions are taken in this, we are told that a decision might not be taken, for example, on Sukhoi 57s, but a deal is finalized on nuclear submarines worth about $2 billion. That might be part of the announcement tomorrow. So, final touches to that. Then taking forward the conversation on the possibility of an upgrade from S-400s, which again, remember I mentioned, still need to be completely delivered, to an upgrade to S-500, which is a concept weapon system which the Russians have readied, but then and a very advanced version of S-400s, which can go much higher in terms of its missile capabilities. But then Russians have to first deliver on what they have already taken money for. So I think in that sense, it's going to be a very important dialogue, India-Russia defense dialogue that's taking place as we speak. And as I mentioned, a couple of deals to be finalized, talks to take things forward on S-400 delivery, upgrade to S-500 if it happens in future, not now. And then, of course, the talk of Sukhoi 57, a possibility of manufacturing in India, the fact that India already has an ecosystem existing for Sukhois over the last 2.5 decades and more, which means that if you look at it for the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, for example, for the Indian Air Force, it would just be an upgrade in terms of training, maintenance, manufacture, etc. If the technology transfer that Russians are promising really happens. So it's a very important gap in India's overall Air Force architecture, the 5th generation aircraft. We have a choice between F-35, which the Americans have offered, and of course the Russians now making Sukhoi 57s available, but with much larger component of tech transfer. And as it goes with American weapon systems, the kill switch there with them, which they control, and the kind of limited tech transfer that they do. So that choice, of course, it's a part of larger conversation happening in India's defense establishment as to which option we should exercise. But dialogue, of course, has to happen even before, that stage is reached where you are looking at AO and assessment of necessity, as it is called, and then you go into finer details of testing, etc. It's much earlier than that, but some dialogue has to happen, and which is going to happen between the two sides, the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart Belousov.
Thank you for that. Abhishek Kapoor joining us with details as the defense ministers of both India and Russia pay tribute at the National War Memorial. We will be live through this evening. Vladimir Putin will be landing in India a little after 6:30 p.m. Those are pictures coming in from the National War Memorial. Let's go on and get you some more breaking news updates coming in right now. In the case of Selena Jaitley and her brother Major Jaitley, the Delhi High Court has directed the Ministry of External Affairs to establish contact between actor Selena Jaitley and her brother, who has been detained in the UAE. Ridham Anand Bharadwaj joining us with the details. Ridham, tell us what happened in court.
Yes, the Delhi High Court has put this case with a status report to be filed and direction being given to the MEA for the next hearing, Niranjan. 23rd December, this case is next going to come up. Selena Jaitley had wanted to establish contact with her brother, who's detained in the UAE. The matter was listed before the Delhi High Court. The court had asked whether she had been able to contact her brother, and her counsel had told the court she has not been able to. The court had said, do you want us to arrange with the prison authorities to call you for some contact to be established? Then the government's counsel had told the Delhi High Court that we've already done that. We've requested them to add the wife and the sister's number has also been added in the calling card. And he has chosen to contact his wife. So the court has very clearly been told by the government today that the brother has established contact with his wife. Another thing that has been told is that the court says the jail authorities may know, he may not. You facilitate through the embassy. So the court is trying to tell the MEA that through the embassy in UAE, try and ensure that the brother and sister have a contact. The wife's counsel appeared virtually and told the court that she had a video call a few days ago and had physically also met the brother. They've said there seems to be, and I'm just putting it out there, seems to be some disconnect between the wife and Selena Jaitley, the sister of the person who's been detained in the UAE. The counsel for the wife has said this petition is frivolous. There seems to be some issue. So I'm going to go back to you, Niranjan, for all the latest. 23rd December, this case is going to come up next.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Ridham. Going across to more pictures that are coming in as we stay with those pictures of the defense minister of both India and Russia. Minister of State in the Defense Ministry today. He met Rajnath Singh and was at the National War Memorial, inspecting the Guard of Honor in the national capital. These are pictures coming in ahead of the key meeting between both Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart Andrei Belousov. Now, both leaders will be at the 22nd India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Tech Cooperation. It's a ministerial meeting between the two ministers in Delhi. It's happening as we speak. The Russian president will be landing at 6:30, and before his arrival, his ministers are already at work. And this is, of course, for the first time in 4 years after the Ukraine war that Russian President Vladimir Putin is visiting. And the two ministers of both Russia and India will be discussing military and military technical cooperation. Now, on their table will be military cooperation, key talks on the timely delivery, for example, of the S-400 defense systems. India is also likely to examine the possibility of acquiring additional S-400 units. That's been on the radar, and we've been asking the Russians to ensure that the delivery happens on time. We may also opt for Russia's next generation S-500 systems. Now, S-500 is the next gen. S-400 has proven what it's capable of in Operation Sindoor, during Operation Sindoor, and our armed forces have spoken about it. And that is one of the key discussions when the Russian defense minister meets our defense minister Rajnath Singh. These are pictures coming in from the Manekshaw Center in the national capital. That's where the intergovernmental meeting is on. Republic TV is live. And in this meeting, ladies and gentlemen, it's also likely that we will take up cooperation in the shipbuilding, and there's been a big buzz around submarine deal valued at nearly $2 billion that is likely to be inked between both India and Russia. And we are going to talk about shipbuilding, jointly developing weapon system. We already have cooperation with Russia on different weapon systems. MiGs, the MiG series 27, already manufactured in India by HAL, Sukhoi 30 MKI, Mark 1, already being manufactured in India. BrahMos jointly developed with Russia, being manufactured in India. In Lucknow, there's a new unit which manufactures BrahMos. And there will be many more defense pacts that will be signed, which may include, and not confirmed, may include perhaps even civilian aircraft manufacturing that could take place in India. That's one of the key takeaways that are expected from this meeting. And this meeting is on right now. Joint development, of course, of advanced versions of BrahMos variants will also be discussed. BrahMos, highly in demand across the world after its success in Operation Sindoor. Belousov, the Russian defense minister, will also get a glimpse of India's defense manufacturing capabilities in the meeting that is taking place as we speak in New Delhi. Meeting likely to be followed by a private dinner. And top defense officials are present from both India and Russia. S-400, top of the table. S-500, top of the table. Updated BrahMos on top of the table. Abhishek Kapoor, my senior executive editor, joining us on the live broadcast. Abhishek, S-400, S-500. The big one, of course, will be on Sukhoi 57 possibility that, whether that will be discussed at all. Perhaps when our Prime Minister meets the Russian President. What are you picking up, Abhishek, when the two ministers meet, the two defense ministers? What will be on top of their agenda?
Well, on top of the agenda is a complete appraisal of India-Russia defense partnership, but more specifically a couple of deals, Niranjan, and let me name them. So one is, of course, the S-400s. Remember, we ordered 5, we got 3, 2 still remain. Now, the Russians have strained manufacturing situation because of their ongoing war in Europe. But the fact of the matter is we have already made an offer, and despite the delays, they should be coming now. So that's one. The second is connected with S-400s, whether we can now start manufacturing some components of S-400, the missiles, etc., with a technology transfer happening from the Russians in India. That's going to make it a little more long-lasting and more durable. So that's another. Third is connected with S-400s, the possibility of upgrade to S-500s, which is a concept weapon system which the Russians have. They have hogged it during the Bengaluru Aero India show and even in Dubai Air Show. And there might be some initial talks on whether we can look at that direction, because S-500 is not just an upgraded version of S-400 in terms of the distance that the air shield or air defense shield is available, but also the height and elevation up to which the missiles can go. So it includes part of the space command also. So that's another connected with S-400. Then let's come to the Sukhoi 57s. Russia's fifth generation fighter aircraft. India is in need of one, and we have been looking at options. Americans and the Trump administration has offered F-35s, very expensive. So that's one. Second, with the Americans, typically the tech transfer does not happen. The Russians are willing to go more than halfway house, meet more than halfway house, and make a tech transfer up to 50% or more in terms of Sukhoi 57. So whether some talks happen on that is something which we are closely watching, and observers, not just in India and Russia, but around the world, would be watching what comes out of these defense talks. A very concrete agreement, Niranjan, is on nuclear submarines. And we have been, a client, so to say, of Russian submarines, most of our kilo-class submarines based on Russian platforms. And so that's another aspect, a $2 billion worth of deal most likely to take place for that. INS Ariane, for example, India's indigenously developed nuclear submarine, has many Russian design components, so to say. Similarly, in the case of our aircraft carriers, so, this whole thing of much of our war machine being of Russian vintage, from the T-90 tanks in the case of Army to the MiGs and Sukhois in the case of Air Force, and of course our aircraft carrier, the original Gorshkov, and of course the submarines. Over the last decade, things have changed, Niranjan. From about 60-70% Russian component coming down to about 36% now, 36-40%. But despite that, it remains a big number. It's a big number of any war machine. So obviously, these talks, when they happen in a while from now, as of now, a red carpet welcome being given to the Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belousov, and immediately after this, they are going to be in talks. I believe the red carpet is getting over now, and the two leaders now would be closeted for their dialogue. And the fact that this is happening before Prime Minister Modi and President
Abhishek, there was a key development in the Selena Jaitley case. Selena Jaitley, I believe, is live. There has been a development. I think she's live. Let's cut across.
So it was also talked about that there is some app that needed some kind of registration.
No, so that's the coordination she was talking about. They had already sought to facilitate our access to an app, but that app only allows UAE residents to access and download it, and Selena is not a UAE resident. She does not have an Emirates ID, and neither does Vikrant have a valid Emirates ID. So communication only happens through diplomatic channels now, and that is what the court has directed, that best efforts be made that this access be granted since the app is not functional for her.
So certain submissions were also made by the counsel who was appearing through VC, who was the counsel for the wife. He was also making certain submissions that they have accessed, they have got in touch with the person over there.
I would not be aware of those. There was a person who appeared who was purportedly representing the wife and Vikrant. He seemed to be certainly perturbed. And I think the ASG responded to him in court in the right manner, that he should be, non-adversarial. And so we have nothing to say in this regard.
So the Council for Central Government of India was also submitting that the Major Vikrant has chosen not to talk to Selena.
No, she did not. She was saying that since we have updated Selena's calling card, perhaps it might be the case where he does not want to talk, but then we clarified the legal position in law that it is an impossibility for him to contact Selena even if he has the number, because that authorization has to be given by the prison authorities. So he definitely will want to contact his sister, because as a matter of fact, we know that he reached out to his sister, and we are hopeful that they will get in touch soon. And more than that, we are hopeful that he'll come back.
Ma'am, anything that you want to say on...
Ma'am, how you are confident about today's hearing and direction passed by the High
It has been a very, very long 15 months, and I'm very happy about today's directive. I will finally be able to see my brother and contact him. Yes.
So, is there any communication when they are going to have the next consular meeting?
अभी तक तो कुछ नहीं है. Of course, they will intimate us once they have the access, because this is not in India; it's in another country. So it depends with international coordination, and I'm sure they will inform us when that is possible. Thank you, sir.
Okay, a big development. In fact, it is a small win for Selena Jaitley. She's been asking for answers from the government on the status of her brother, Major Vikrant Jaitley. And as we speak, we are hearing that the court has allowed, or rather asked, the Ministry of External Affairs to ensure that she's establishing contact with her brother, who has been detained in the UAE. The court, the Delhi High Court in this case, has directed the Ministry of External Affairs to ensure that Selena Jaitley establishes contact with her brother. The court asked Selena whether she's been able to contact her brother, and Selena Jaitley's counsel said no, the detainee couldn't choose who to call, and to download the app they spoke about the Emirates ID. There is an app through which you can contact, but that app could not be used, and Selena maintained that she had no idea about what's the status on her brother for the last 16 months. The court also asking whether they wanted some arrangement to be made for the prison authorities in the UAE to call Selena Jaitley, or for some contact to be established from the UAE side, adding that the status report clearly says that he needed legal representation, and the centre told the court that Major Vikrant Jaitley had received consular access, and it was stated that he's chosen not to call her. They are estranged. It is a family issue, is what the centre has said in court. So it's a critical statement made by the centre in court. The centre has said that he received consular access. All right, we're cutting across live to the pictures coming in from New Delhi, ladies and gentlemen, of the development in Delhi on Russian Defense Minister. Cutting across straight, Rajnath Singh.
Close interaction की थी.
Ваше превосходительство, на высшем уровне есть регулярные продуктивные контакты между уважаемым премьер-министром Индии Нарендром Моди и уважаемым президентом Российской Федерации, его превосходительством Владимиром Путиным. На полях саммита ШОШ в Китае оба наши лидеры провели плотные встречи в июне 2025 года.
एक्सेलेंसी इकोनॉमिक साइड पर हम पिछले महीने मॉस्को में हुए इंडिया रशिया वर्किंग ग्रुप ऑन ट्रेड एंड इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन की 26th मीटिंग के सफल आयोजन का स्वागत करते हैं और हम रशिया लेड यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट के लिए बातचीत शुरू होने का भी स्वागत करते हैं.
Ваше превосходительство, об экономических отношениях Индия приветствует успешное проведение 26-го заседания Межправительственной комиссии по торгово-экономическому сотрудничеству в Москве в прошлом месяце, а также приветствуем, что начинаются переговоры о соглашении о свободной торговле с Евразийским экономическим союзом.
एक्सेलेंसी हम 23rd इंडिया रशिया एनुअल समिट के लिए रशियन फेडरेशन के प्रेसिडेंट हिज एक्सेलेंसी मिस्टर व्लादिमीर पुतिन के भारत आने का भी बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे, वह आज पूरा हुआ है.
Ваше превосходительство, мы также с нетерпением ждали и приветствовать его превосходительство господина Владимира Владимировича Путина, президента Российской Федерации, и который будет провести 23-й ежегодный индо-российский саммит, и сегодня поступил этот день.
और ये लीडर्स समिति दोनों देशों के बीच स्पेशल और प्रिविलेज पार्टनरशिप को और मजबूत करेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ योर एक्सेलेंसी मैं आपसे आपके रिमार्क्स के लिए अनुरोध करूंगा. धन्यवाद.
Этот саммит будут углублять и укреплять особые и привилегированные партнерства между нашими странами. Ваше превосходительство, я сейчас завершу и прошу вас за вступительные слова. Спасибо.
Уважаемый господин министр, уважаемые коллеги, друзья, намасте.
Намасте.
Thank you so much, distinguished minister, distinguished colleagues, distinguished guests. Namaste.
Искренне рад нашей новой встрече на индийской земле. Благодарны за гостеприимство, оказанное нам с первых минут пребывания в Нью-Дели.
I sincerely glad to meet you once again on Indian soil. We are grateful for the hospitality shown to us from the first minutes of stay in New Delhi.
Как вы сказали, господин министр, наши страны связывает крепкая, проверенная временем дружба, основанная на взаимном уважении.
As you just said, our countries are tied with a solid, time-proven friendship which is based on mutual respect.
И вот сейчас мы с господином министром вместе ехали в машине, обсуждали разные вопросы и пришли к общему мнению, что она базируется на очень глубоких ценностях, которые свойственны и российскому, и индийскому обществу.
And on our way here, while we were in the car discussing various things, we came to the common ground that we are binded with a very deep traditions which are very typical for the Russian and Indian nations.
В этом году отмечается 80-летие победы в Великой Отечественной войне 1941-1945 годов. И я благодарю индийскую делегацию за участие в торжественных мероприятиях, которые проходили в Москве в мае этого года.
This year we mark 80th anniversary of victory in Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, and I personally thank Indian delegation for the participants in the solemn activities which were organized in Moscow May this year.
Наши двусторонние отношения носят стратегический характер. Партнерство с Индией является залогом равновесия в южноазиатском регионе и глобальной безопасности в целом.
Our bilateral relations have a strategic character, and the partnership with India is a key factor for the balance in South Asian region and the global security in general.
Россия оказывает полноценное содействие Индии в формировании современного облика сухопутных войск, военно-воздушных и военно-морских сил. И, пользуясь случаем, хотел бы поздравить вас, господин министр, командование и всех индийских военных моряков с Днем национальных военно-морских сил.
Russia cooperates in full scale with India in formation of the new outlook of the Army, Air Force and the Navy. And using this opportunity, let me congratulate you, the command and all Indian sailors with National Navy Day.
Господин министр, существенный вклад в принятие эффективных и взаимовыгодных решений в оборонной сфере вносит межправительственная комиссия по военному и военно-техническому сотрудничеству.
Distinguished Minister, Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation brings a huge dedication and taking part in taking effective and mutually beneficial decisions in the military domain.
Сегодня подведем итоги ее работы и определим задачи на будущее.
Today we sum up its work and define the new tasks for future.
Разрешите представить членов российской делегации.
Let me introduce the delegates of the Russian Federation.
Осьмаков Василий Сергеевич, заместитель министра обороны Российской Федерации.
Осьмаков Василий Сергеевич, the Deputy Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation.
Шугаев Дмитрий Евгеньевич, директор Федеральной службы по военно-техническому сотрудничеству Российской Федерации.
Шугаев Дмитрий Евгеньевич, Director of the Federal Service on Military Technical Cooperation of the Russian Federation.
Лысогорский Кирилл Алексеевич, первый заместитель министра промышленности и торговли Российской Федерации.
Лысогорский Кирилл Алексеевич, the first Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation.
Генерал-лейтенант Бабич Михаил Викторович, статс-секретарь, заместитель директора Федеральной службы по военно-техническому сотрудничеству Российской Федерации.
Lieutenant General Babich Mikhail Viktorovich, he is a State Secretary and Deputy Director of the Federal Service of Military Technical Cooperation of Russian Federation.
Генерал-майор Орехов Алексей Анатольевич, начальник Главного управления международного военного сотрудничества Министерства обороны Российской Федерации.
Major General Orechov Alexei Anatольевич, he is the head of the main directorate on international military cooperation of the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation.
Генерал-лейтенант Делевский Игорь Николаевич, заместитель начальника Главного оперативного управления Генерального штаба Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации, председатель российской части российско-индийской рабочей группы по военному сотрудничеству.
Lieutenant General Delevsky Igor Nikolaevich, he is the deputy chief of the main operational directorate of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, also a chairman from the Russian side in Russian-Indian Working Group on Military Cooperation.
Генерал-майор Пескунов Виктор Владимирович, советник Генерального штаба Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации.
Major General Piskunov Viktor Vladimirovich, he is advisor from the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation.
Михеев Александр Александрович, генеральный директор акционерного общества Рособоронэкспорт.
Mikheyev Alexander Alexandrovich, he is the Director General of Rosoboronexport Corporation.
Молостов Валерий Иванович, начальник департамента управления президента Российской Федерации по внешней политике.
Molostov Valery Ivanovich, he is the head of the Foreign Policy Department of the President Administration of the Russian Federation.
Гутенев Владимир Владимирович, первый заместитель председателя Общероссийской общественной организации Союз машиностроителей России.
Gutynev Vladimir Vladimirovich, he is the first deputy of the chairman of all Russian community organization, the Union of Machine Builders of Russia.
Козлов Александр Леонидович, заместитель директора департамента Министерства иностранных дел Российской Федерации.
Kozlov Alexander Leonidovich, he is the deputy director of the Department of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Баистов Виктор Владимирович, референт аппарата Совета Безопасности Российской Федерации.
Baistov Viktor Vladimirovich, he is Assistant Secretary Council of the Russian Federation.
И капитан первого ранга Вяткин Евгений Сергеевич, начальник третьего управления Главного управления кадров Министерства обороны Российской Федерации.
And Navy Captain Vyatkin Evgeny Sergeyevich, he is the head of the third direction of the main directorate of personnel of Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation.
В зале присутствуют также представители российского оборонно-промышленного комплекса.
In our hall together, we are present all the representatives from the defense industrial complex.
Убежден, что наша встреча будет способствовать укреплению российско-индийских отношений в области обороны и безопасности. Благодарю за внимание.
I'm sure that our meeting today will facilitate the strengthening of Russian-Indian relations in the domain of defense and security. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. I would also like to introduce my delegation members. Chief of Defense Staff, General Anil Chauhan. Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Ganesh Kumar Tripathi. Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi. Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh. Defense Secretary, Sri Rajesh Kumar Singh. Secretary Defense Production, Sri Sanjeev Kumar. Secretary DD&D and Chairman DRDO, Dr. Samir V. Kamath. DG Acquisition, Sri
Both sides making their introductory comments, laying the ground for what will be critical talks. Highest level, it is the highest level ministerial and military level talks that are ongoing between both Russia and India. And from the Indian side, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, the lone minister, along with top bureaucrats who look at defense procurement, the Defense Department, along with our three chiefs of staff, the Chief of Defense Staff also present, the topmost generals of India, along with our Defense Minister and top bureaucrats, along with the Russian delegation, which is being represented by the Russian Defense Minister Belousov. And it's a top-level ministerial delegation, even from Russia, that is present. And their intel, military and defense staff also part of the talks that are now underway. And in these talks, in a few minutes from now, key military cooperation will be discussed. Now, on the table will be the critical deals, the areas of cooperation in the field of defense, My colleague Rhythm is also joining us live. And as we talk about the military, the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation, meeting that's now underway at the Manekshaw Center in the national capital. Rajnath Singh, Belousov reviewing the multifaceted ties between both countries. Rhythm, over to you.
Absolutely, and this is very crucial as we are getting this news that crucial India-Russia key defense cooperation meet that has started. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS and three chiefs are part of the Indian delegation. Very crucial Modi-Putin meet tonight. Rajnath has also, Defense Minister has said India has been waiting for Vladimir Putin's visit to India. And viewers, moments ahead of Russian President Vladimir Putin landing in India, Russia's Minister of Economic Development says they are ready to issue permits for flights for Indian airlines. That's the big breaking news that we're getting right now. Just moments ahead of Russian President Putin's landing, we're getting this news from Russia's Economic Development Minister. They are ready to issue permits for flights for Indian airlines. Russia is eyeing boost in tourism ties with India. Let's listen in to a reaction coming in.
Now we have 15 flights a week between the two countries made by Russian airline. Between Russia and China, to compare, we have 220 flights per week. UAE 369 flights every week. 12 international airlines fly to Russia. So we're ready to cooperate and give the permits for flights for Indian airlines. So with also offer to develop this area. In development of tourism, we're adapting our hospitality sector for the demands of Indian travelers. Starting this year in Moscow, we have India-friendly standard introduced. Esteemed colleagues, dear friends, we value trust and interest of India towards Russian economy, and we're always open for cooperation, and we're ready to tackle all tasks and questions emerging together and convert ideas of Indian businesses into real projects in Russia. You are very, very welcome.
And Russia eyes boost in tourism. They're ready to issue permits for Indian flights. Russian president is about to land shortly. We're getting this boost for tourism. Russia is eyeing boost in tourism ties with India. Moments ahead of Russian President Putin landing in India, Russia's Minister of Economic Development has said they will be issuing permits for flights for Indian airlines. Shortly, Russian president to land. We're also going to now go across to our Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us from our newsroom. Abhishek, what lies ahead in this special strategic partnership between India and Russia?
Well, you see, Rhythm, this is the 15th anniversary, or soon going to be 15th anniversary of India and Russia establishing the special and privileged strategic partnership later in this month. And this summit is happening essentially in the backdrop of that. Now, when you say special privileged partnership, why so? Because it goes back decades and it has endured through all the ups and downs, through the Cold War, to the end of Cold War, to the Cold War 2.0 as we are going through. And it's been a very stable relationship of India in the Committee of Nations. So in that sense, it's actually a very genuinely special and privileged partnership. Privileged because it has a defense component, strategic component, a little weaker on the economic side. And that seems to be the focus this time when the two leaders meet tomorrow at the Hyderabad House. And of course, the private dinner that they are going to have tonight at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where they're going to do an appraisal of sorts of where things stand. Remember, President Putin is coming to New Delhi after a gap of 4 years. I think the first time he's coming after the start of the Ukraine war in April of 2022. A lot of things have changed. The whole geopolitical scene is very different with the coming of Trump, the tariff wars, the trade wars, and of course the ongoing trouble spots, including Europe, including the Middle East. And so the two leaders would be talking at length about what's there in their mind about how things should be, how they are, and how they can, move things from where they are to where they should be in terms of the Indian perspective and the Russian perspective. Defense, as I said, is a very important and key component of the relationship, energy security being the other. But defense first, because as we speak, delegation talks are going on between the respective defense establishments. Rajnath Singh leading the Indian side and Andrei Belousov leading the Russian side. S-400s, the tremendous amount of success that we had with S-400 weapon system during Operation Sindoor, the pending order of 2 more. We had ordered 5, 3, we got 3. The 2 more have to come, and the Russians have delayed it because their own war machine manufacturing establishment or the military industrial complex is stretched because of their ongoing war in Europe. In fact, if the war ends in Europe, there is going to be a positive spin-off for us also in that sense, with the sanctions easing, with the, their military industrial complex in a better situation to cater to our requirements. So the 2 leaders tomorrow would be, and tonight also would be talking about how to really bring an end to this war. Donald Trump really wants it. And maybe that's one issue on which all sides look in one direction. So maybe a lot of give and take there. Coming back to the defense component, S-400s, upgrade of S-400s, possible manufacturing of some parts of S-400, the missile systems at least in India. Then the fifth generation fighter aircrafts, Sukhoi 57s, which the Russians are coming with an offer of some preliminary talks on that, irrespective of whether India really decides to take it to the next level and consider do we really need a fifth generation aircraft to buy from outside in the interim that India's own AMCA, which is not exactly fifth generation but almost there, gets ready, which is still a decade away. So to plug that gap for a decade, do we really go for a Sukhoi 57 or the American F-35? That's something which has been talked about in India's defense establishment for a while, but talks would happen on that. Apart from that, BrahMos increasing its manufacturing, advanced version. Then going back to S-400, Russians also have the concept weapon system of S-500, much upgraded version of S-400. So on that, provided, of course, they complete the delivery of the already existing order. All those things. On the naval side, there is a done deal almost of a $2 billion worth of nuclear submarines. That's, you are going to see an announcement tomorrow. So the final, touching of loose ends there in these talks that are happening as we speak, Rhythm. So tremendous amount of defense component in the relationship and a tremendous amount of focus consequently on that happening. The fact that the defense minister has traveled in advance. Remember, President Putin is coming with 9 cabinet ministers, including his Minister of Finance, including Deputy Prime Minister Dmitry Manturov, including Denis Manturov, I beg your pardon, and his defense minister has come in advance so that by the time the 2 leaders are meeting, there is clarity on the contours of what all is on the table and what all needs to be signed into an agreement tomorrow and what all is something which is futuristic, but still talks have happened. So that's what's happening. But the larger issues, energy security, geostrategic alignment, one very specific reason why India is engaging with Russia at this level is that we really don't want them to really, completely lean on China. And that aspect is also there if you look at geopolitical terms. So all those things, Rhythm, are there, and hopefully by the time the 2 leaders meet in a couple of hours from now, President Putin is all set to arrive by 6:30 p.m. New Delhi time. And a lot of groundwork would have already been done by the respective establishments in the foreign ministries, the Ministry of External Affairs, and of course the Defense Ministry, Commerce Ministry. Remember, Commerce Minister also had a forum meeting a while back in the afternoon. Tomorrow, in fact, there is a business summit also taking place at Bharat Mandapam, where the 2 leaders would make an appearance, both Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. So everything that concerns India and Russia relationship is there on the table, and everything is being discussed through these platforms, through those bilaterals, through those delegation talks that are panning out as we speak, Rhythm.
Absolutely. And Abhishek, as you've given us a broad details about what's going to be on the cards for the next 2 days, it's very exciting to see how this partnership is going to be broadened further as there are global eyes on this. I thank you for joining us. Viewers, also Russian President Vladimir Putin, like Abhishek was telling us, arrives in India today for a 2-day visit with focus on strengthening ties in defense, trade, energy. A key highlight of the visit is the expected signing of the MOU on civil nuclear cooperation, exploring new technologies like small modular reactors. This comes as India opens its nuclear power sector to private players, aiming for greater energy security and cleaner power. With this and Kudankulam, a testament to the partnership, India and Russia are set to take their decades-old collaboration to the next level.
India and Russia buckle up to enter into a new era of civil nuclear cooperation. Russian President Putin is set to visit India on December 4th and 5th, strengthening ties amid global tensions and a focus on defense, trade, and energy partnerships. President Putin will also be accompanied by Russia's nuclear corporation's Rosatom's head.
Russia and Indian relationship is not just a standard set of diplomatic protocols and trade agreements. It's more of that. It's much more important. Our bilateral relationship rests on a deep historic background of mutual understanding, of partnership, and a mutual vision of global affairs and system of global affairs based on international law, on rule of law, and ability of taking into account each other's interests. This is a very, very important characteristic of our joint vision of the global affairs.
One of the main agendas being signing the MOU to deepen bilateral engagement in civil nuclear energy sector. With one of India's oldest allies, Putin, visiting New Delhi, the Indo-Russia collaboration in civil nuclear energy will also be formalized. What makes this pact even more exceptional is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already opened the doors of the previously restricted nuclear power sector for private players, aiming to boost the country's energy security and meet its growing power demands. A monument to the India-Russia cooperation, Kudankulam stands tall as India's largest nuclear power complex. Rosatom has also expressed readiness to localize advanced Russian-designed reactors in India. The possible expansion into SMRs and localization aligns with India's long-term nuclear ambitions. India looks to scale clean baseload energy capacity while reducing reliance on fossil fuels. With this move, India takes a significant step towards boosting its nuclear energy capacity, aiming for cleaner power and greater energy independence.
In the backdrop of President Vladimir Putin's visit to India, New Delhi and Moscow are looking to reset and rebalance their economic partnership. With trade touching a record high but heavily skewed in Russia's favor, major defense and energy deals are on the table. This visit could define the next decade of bilateral ties. Here's what's driving the relationship and what's up for negotiation.
The bilateral trade between India and Russia hit an unprecedented $68.7 billion in FY 2024-25, nearly 6 times the pre-pandemic levels. But the imbalance is sharp. India exports stand at just $4.88 billion, while imports from Russia are at $63.84 billion, driven mainly by cheap crude and fertilizers. Despite this skew, India and Russia are aiming to push bilateral trade to $100 billion by 2030. India is looking to increase shipments of machinery, chemicals, food products and pharmaceuticals, while Russia wants deeper cooperation in energy, minerals and technology. The upcoming talks are likely to focus on next-generation defense platforms. India may see clarity on Russia's ability to deliver the remaining S-400 units, while evaluating proposals for the Su-57 stealth fighters and the S-500 missile shield. Expectations are also high around talks on advanced nuclear technologies, with proposals likely on small modular reactors, faster deployment timelines, and joint work on next-generation fuel cycles. Even the issue of oil economics is also something that will be discussed, especially in the backdrop of US sanctions. While discounted Russian crude remains attractive, New Delhi may seek long-term pricing stability, diversified shipping routes, and cooperation in LNG to avoid external pressure, specifically from the US.
So we're looking forward for possibilities, despite everything, to ensure our right of selling oil and to ensure a right of those who want to purchase oil to ensure the right to buy our oil. So, and we are working on creating a necessary environment for ensuring these rights. This is what I can tell you.
As of now, Indian exports to the US face 50% tariffs, including a 25% penalty component linked to discounted Russian oil purchases. To bypass sanctions and reduce dollar dependence, India and Russia have expanded the rupee-ruble settlements, and further diplomatic talks are expected on ways to expand trade in respective national currencies. With both sides recalibrating priorities, a significant economic breakthrough may be on the horizon, shaping the next phase of the India-Russia cooperation.
Putin, at this time of early 21st century, and the geopolitics of today, when a new world matrix is under construction, the world order is crumbling and a new world order is emerging. At this juncture, definitely it becomes extremely important for the two leaders what they discuss and what the path ahead is.
As the Russian premier lands in New Delhi today, commencing his two-day diplomatic visit to India, the talks that are to ensue between him and Prime Minister Narendra Modi are set to cover grounds from energy, technology, trade and defense. Prominent in the defense talks is Russian fifth-generation fighter jet Sukhoi 57.
Ahead of President Putin's arrival, there is a talk of big defense deal in the air. That of Russian fifth-generation fighter jets Sukhoi 57. Russia has offered unrestricted technology transfer in case India gets interested. A possible deal can plug a gaping hole in India's fighter jets arsenal, a fifth-generation jet to take on enemies to the east and the west. The aircraft has twin engines and boasts super maneuverability. Additionally, the aircraft can fly at Mach 2 speeds and has stealth capabilities to evade all radars. Hard selling the aircraft, spokesperson Dmitry Peskov stated that Su-57 is the best in the world. But this brings us to the key question everyone is asking. Is India actually moving towards acquiring the Su-57, or are these talks simply an exploration of future possibilities? The pluses include familiarity with the platform given the Su-30 experience for over 2 decades. With tech transfer offer from the Russians, HAL can manufacture and IAF can train and maintain without much additional costs. But with Americans exerting pressure for their F-35S, the game is still wide open.
And coming up after a short break, we get you more details of over 1,000 Indigo flights disrupted and cancelled today across airports as disruptions continue across multiple airports.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and hold ground inside enemy territory within 72 to 96 hours, showing a strategy built on speed and shock rather than slow, grinding advances. This matters because in today's world, with television cameras and international pressure, military victories must come quickly before diplomacy forces everyone to stop. It reflects lessons from recent conflicts, where hesitation costs more than decisive action, and where the side that acts fastest often wins, regardless of overall strength. Equally important is that most of the equipment used was made in India, from Dhanush howitzers to indigenous bridges to homegrown kamikaze drones. This means India can fight a sustained war without depending on foreign suppliers who might refuse to send spare parts or ammunition during a crisis. The presence of some imported systems like Apache helicopters alongside Indian equipment shows a practical approach that uses the best available technology while building our own industrial base. When Western command leadership validated that Kharga Corps can launch high-speed armored attacks across rivers, forests and cities in all kinds of combat conditions, it was more than just approval, but confirmation that plans on paper have become battlefield reality. The exercise sends an unmistakable message that anyone planning aggression along our western border should understand the consequences have changed fundamentally. Any future attack will not be met with patient restraint, but with immediate, crushing force designed to inflict unacceptable damage before the aggressor can even fully mobilize. In an age where actions speak louder than words, where military strength must be demonstrated, not just claimed, the Indian Army chose to show rather than tell. It displayed an offensive capability built on indigenous technology, networked warfare, and the ability to strike deep and fast. The message to Pakistan and to the world is crystal clear. India is no longer a reactive power satisfied with defending its borders, but a nation ready and able to punish aggression with overwhelming force. Exercise Ram Prahar was not just a military drill, but a declaration of strategic intent.
Welcome back, friends. We are building up to that momentous occasion when President Putin would touch down at the tarmac at the Palam Air Base in a while from now. At around 6:30 p.m., Russian President would be landing in New Delhi for the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit that takes place tomorrow between Putin and Prime Minister Modi. That's our focus for the next couple of hours. Let's begin with the headlines. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart, Defense Minister Belousov, lay wreaths at the National War Memorial. Russian President Vladimir Putin to arrive in India at 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. to meet Prime Minister Modi later in the evening at 7 LKM. Air India issues a statement on flight delays, blames Indigo for parking their flights on Pune airport tarmac for hours. DGCA rejects the explanation given by Indigo, says they need time-bound intervention and solution. Fight between Pilots Association and Indigo management. Pilots body says disruption due to Indigo's lean manpower strategy. Major success in Bijapur, Dantewada border encounter, 18 Maoists killed. All right, welcome back, friends. When President Putin arrives, everyone is focusing on the optics part and, of course, the substantive part, the deliverables. What are going to be the deliverables of this big geopolitical meeting that's going to take place in New Delhi? In fact, New Delhi has become the center of global attention with world powers closely watching the moves, closely watching the body language, closely watching the statements coming out of New Delhi between India and Russia. These are pictures from New Delhi where all prep in place for welcoming the Russian president. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is going to be receiving the Russian president. We have Rakshita for more on this on the phone line with us. And Rakshita, everyone talks about when these kind of big meetings take place, what are the deliverables, what is going to come out of this meeting apart from just optics. Please give a lowdown on what is expected of the India-Russia 23rd Annual Summit.
Well, it's a very, very important stage. Abhishek, as remember, it happened a few times like any head of state visiting India. But this time, the timing of it is very, very important. On one hand, Russia has been for a long time.
All right, some audio issue there with Rakshita. We'll connect just in a bit and get her back online with better audio. But essentially, if you look at it, as it happens, typically there is a joint statement where the two sides go into the whole gamut of things. It's a comprehensive, detailed statement that comes out. Then it is expected that there is going to be a 2030 roadmap for India-Russia economic cooperation. How things pan out from here, what should be the targets for two-way trade, how India and Russia can address the adverse balance of trade situation, which is in favor of Russia. And then there are going to be about 10 intergovernmental agreements. Then there are going to be about 15 private sector commercial MOUs. And then there are going to be a pact on talent mobility between the two sides, a two-way talent mobility pact. It's going to be a government-to-government pact. Then there is going to be a framework to combat illegal migration. Remember, we have had a situation. All right, Rakshita is back with us over the phone. If we can go back to Rakshita. Okay, breaking news development. Russian president has landed, is going to be landing shortly. Okay, these are deliverables. Even as we focus on the pictures of President Putin arriving in about half an hour from now at the Palam Air Force Air Technical Area. Palam Technical Area, as it is called, the part of the Indira Gandhi International Airport with the Indian Air Force. And signing of framework to combat illegal migration is going to be one of the agreements. Pact on talent mobility likely to be signed. These are the deliverables we are talking about when by the time the summit is over between India and Russia tomorrow, with President Putin and Prime Minister Modi leading the respective delegations. 10 intergovernmental agreements, 15 private sector MOUs. And remember, President Putin is traveling with a huge entourage. 9 of his cabinet ministers, including a deputy prime minister, including the finance minister, including the defense minister, and including the home minister, their interior minister. And apart from that, we are going to see the entire top corporate leadership of Russia, of the public sector undertakings, the equivalents of Indian Navratnas, and from the nuclear sector, from the energy sector, and they're going to be there. And these are going to be huge delegation level talks. And just before President Putin arrives, the two defense ministers are in fact already closeted. They made their opening comments. Let's listen to what Defense Minister Rajnath Singh said.
एपेक्स लेवल पर हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी और रशिया के प्रेसिडेंट हिज एक्सेलेंसी मिस्टर व्लादिमीर पुतिन के बीच नियमित रूप से बातचीत होती रही है और हमारे दोनों लीडर्स ने जून 2025 में चीन में शंघाई कोऑपरेशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन समिट के दौरान बहुत क्लोज इंटरेक्शन की थी। एक्सेलेंसी इकोनॉमिक साइड पर हम पिछले महीने मॉस्को में हुए इंडिया रशिया वर्किंग ग्रुप ऑन ट्रेड एंड इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन की 26th मीटिंग के सफल आयोजन का स्वागत करते हैं और हम रशिया लेड यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट के लिए बातचीत शुरू होने का भी स्वागत करते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, हम 23rd इंडिया रशिया एनुअल समिट के लिए रशियन फेडरेशन के प्रेसिडेंट हिज एक्सेलेंसी मिस्टर व्लादिमीर पुतिन के भारत आने का भी बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे, वह आज पूरा हुआ है। दोनों देशों के बीच स्पेशल और प्रिविलेज पार्टनरशिप को और मजबूत करेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ योर एक्सेलेंसी, मैं आपसे आपके रिमार्क्स के लिए अनुरोध करूंगा। धन्यवाद।
All right, short opening comment there by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, welcoming the Russian delegation, and of course the talks are on as we speak. Rakshita joins us live now, in fact, from outside 7 local landmark residence of the Prime Minister, where President Putin is going to be arriving in about an hour's time, directly after landing. Rakshita, over to you. Tell us what's been the prep like in New Delhi for the coming of President Putin and the deliverables that we have been discussing.
Absolutely. We're talking about the situation right now. Well, it is, Delhi has turned into a fortress today with the 5 layers security in place. And yes, even when, this visit has been in the works for a long, long time, as you know. And henceforth, the security officials were already here since the past few weeks, as it is a very, very tight security setup wherever Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, travels. So similarly, here too, the preparations were going on, especially in the venues where Vladimir Putin will be visiting. Now, this is the 7 local landmark, which later in the evening will see the much-awaited dinner the private dinner between Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin of Russia. So yes, there is a heavy security. This is the center of the important meeting between the two leaders, and the travel blueprint, of course, is maximum concealment. So yes, talking about the security from the SPG of course, for the Prime Minister, and NSG is all around New Delhi for the security, and the President's security personnel also here at different locations. That's why this entire area is right now fortified as we speak. Now, talking about the deliverables, yes, it's important. The timing of this entire meeting is very crucial, because this comes at a time when India is engaged with some trade tussle as far as United States is concerned, and Russia is in the middle of a war with Ukraine, and it becomes a very crucial partnership more than ever before. Vladimir Putin visiting the country, visiting India for the first time since the Ukraine war started. So yes, it becomes very important to see. Talking about the deliverables, of course, a joint statement that everybody will be having their eyes on, right from the White House to even European Union. Right. Everybody will be having their eyes on this this entire meeting. There will be 10 intergovernmental agreements, also a pact on talent mobility framework to combat illegal migration, and India-Russia economic cooperation roadmap. That's of utmost importance. So defense to trade ties will be forming the focal point of this entire meeting. There will be, of course, agreements on that. There is nothing officially that has been put on record, but Dmitry Peskov, in fact, had just said recently that there will be important agreements and deals on the defense front, from missile to submarines. That is something which India is looking forward to, while United States will also be keeping an eye as India and Russia grow closer and fortify their relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Rakshita, as we speak, Union Health Minister J.P. Nadda has posted and said that he has met Mikhail Murashko, the health minister of the Russian Federation, and discussed various health sector related issues, and agreed to enhance bilateral cooperation and partnership in the health sector. Nadda goes on to add that both sides reaffirmed commitment to advancing a shared vision of accessibility to affordable and quality health care. Essentially, what this means is that even as President Putin his arrival is awaited, which is just in an hour or less from now. We have other ministers already in New Delhi, Defense Minister Belousov, and now the Health Minister of Russian Federation meeting his Indian counterpart JP Nadda there. Murashko meeting Nadda, and these are pictures coming out of that meeting, which took place just a while back. Shortly, of course, the Russian president going to land. Going back to Rakshita for more. Rakshita is reporting live from outside 7 LKM Prime Minister's residence. Rakshita, Health Minister meeting, the Defense Minister's meeting. The Russian President is traveling with his Finance Minister, with his Interior Minister or the Home Minister. They would also be meeting with their counterparts through the next 24 hours till the time the delegation or the delegations are here. What are you hearing about what are the Russians expecting insofar as their deliverables are concerned out of this summit?
Well, this is, as I said earlier, that the trade and defense deals will be of utmost importance for both the countries. And yes, today, even at Bharat Mandapam, at the convention center, there was, a presentation, and there was meeting of several representatives from Russia on sell to Russia. On one hand, we talk about make in India, and then, sell to Russia becomes very, very important when it comes to trade, when it comes to, more of business enterprises engaging with Russian companies. So yes, trade, both the countries going really, really big on trade. And I think it has been more pronounced and more, I would say louder from Moscow side, that they want to, in fact, increase the trade between India, and they're looking for a push for that. And of course, that is coming out as a massive messaging also, given the fact that how a geopolitical rearrangement has been happening in the recent times, given what has happened geopolitically in terms of war, and then the fallout on the world economy, in the global economy. And of course, what India also finds itself now with realignments happening. Russia has been very clear about it has very well spelled it out that India and China are very, very important for them, for Russians. Both of them are very, very close partners. Now, China also is having a close eye on the developments here in India, and India also has to play its cards right as far as the trade is concerned, the push for trade is concerned, the support is concerned of a power like Russia. And also, as I said, the defense becomes very, very important, because we just saw the visuals that came in earlier from the National War Memorial that had sent out a very, very strong message, Abhishek. So it remains to be seen what exactly is works out as far as this visit is concerned. Everybody, the entire world, will be watching this particular visit that is going to happen in that's going to start in a short while from now. The president of the Russian Federation will be landing at the Palam Airport, Palam Air Base in the national capital, and soon he will be here right behind us where we're standing at the 7 local landmark.
Absolutely, Rakshita, and that's why we have kept you there. You're going to bring us up to speed with what's happening at 7 local landmark. But in the meanwhile, a government fact check of some international media reports. Bloomberg agency had claimed that India and Russia are going to sign a $2 billion worth of submarine deal. And now the government of India has fact-checked Bloomberg and said that there is no new agreement, that there is an already existing lease. The headline of the article is a little misleading, because it claimed that India is clinching a $2 billion Russia submarine deal as President Putin visits. Now, the Press Information Bureau of the Ministry of Information Broadcasting has fact-checked the claim and said that the claim made in this headline is misleading. No new deal has been signed between India and Russia. The submarine lease is based on an old contract that was signed way back in the March of 2019. There has been a delay in the delivery, and the new delivery is scheduled for 2028. Rakshita, it seems that while President Putin is still to arrive, there are already some geopolitical mind games happening, perhaps as part of which that misleading report was floated. I think we will connect with Rakshita. The audio seems not reaching there. But essentially what has happened is that Bloomberg came out with a report that India and Russia are signing a $2 billion worth of deal. PIB has fact-checked and said that this is a deal of 2019, not a new deal, and that it's being talked about because there has been a delay. And like in the case of S-400, so in the case of this nuclear submarine, it was to be delivered much earlier, but is now slated to come only by 2028. Rakshita, so my question is, that are some people out to play mind games just to project a picture of India having very intense business and defense relationship with Russia when the West wants to sanction Russia for everything? Okay, audio issue there again. Okay, moving on, and we are moving on, but we are not leaving this story. All right, even as President Putin is all set to land, one aspect of this relationship is defense, and within defense, the much talked about S-400 missile defense shield, the air defense shield rather, also called Chakravyuh, and India's Sudarshan Chakra rather, and 3 squadrons already with us, 2 pending because there has been a delay from the Russian side because they are so busy with their own war in Europe, they have not been able to manufacture, but that's the focus. Also an upgrade, a possible upgrade, and as of course also the possibility of some tech transfer, so that if the Russians are not able to manufacture, at least the missile component we can manufacture here in India.
As Vladimir Putin's plane touches down in New Delhi today, one weapon system dominates every closed-door briefing: the S-400 Triumph, India's Sudarshan Chakra. Signed in 2018 for $5.4 billion, 5 squadrons were contracted. 3 are already guarding Indian skies from Rajasthan to the northeast. And now India is eyeing the evolved S-500 missiles. Despite multiple threats, India never blinked. And 7 months ago, the world saw why. In Operation Sindoor, India hit 9 terror camps deep inside Pakistan in just 22 minutes. S-400 shot down multiple Pakistani fighters. Pakistani jets never managed to release a single weapon on Indian soil. The sky belonged to India. Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh called the S-400 an absolute game changer. And Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi called the operation a trusted orchestra with the S-400 as the lead conductor.
Surface to air missiles का engagement, I think जो हमने LR SAMs, जो long range SAMs खरीदी थी, जो S-400, they turned out to be a game changer in this. उनकी long range, the radars, the missile system could threaten the enemy aircraft well inside their own territory. तो हम कुछ ऐसा कर पाए कि वो अपने टेरिटरी में भी ऑपरेट नहीं कर पाए.
And on Wednesday, Kremlin spokesperson Peskov confirmed that the S-400 remains very high on agenda.
President Putin is coming with a very wide delegation. We will have certain members of delegation that will be able to discuss this issue in details. I have no doubt it will be mentioned also on the highest level. The only thing I will say that our military industry is working pretty well. And during the last 4 years, we have managed to enlarge the volumes of production the way that we can not only satisfy the needs of our military forces during their military operation in Ukraine, but we also can allow continuation of export operations. Of course, this will be also the case for India. We're interested in continuation of cooperation in this very sensitive field, and hopefully we'll continue to do that.
And when Prime Minister Modi and Putin sit across the table, they won't just be discussing missiles. They will be renewing a decade-long partnership.
All right, with that, we have to slip into a short commercial break, but our rolling coverage of President Putin's arrival continues. He's, of course, going to have a private dinner meeting with Prime Minister Modi at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and that's our focus.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. राजा और प्योर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे. दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी. दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar,
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
the Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की।
आपके रिमार्क्स के लिए अनुरोध करूंगा। धन्यवाद।
Это саммит будут углублять и укреплять особые и привилегированные партнерства между нашими странами. Ваше превосходительство, я сейчас завершу и прошу вас за вступительные слова. Спасибо.
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken.
Министр нашей страны связывает крепкая, проверенная временем дружба, основанная на взаимном уважении.
As you just said, our countries are tied with a solid, time-proven friendship, which is based on mutual respect.
И вот сейчас мы с господином министром вместе ехали в машине, обсуждали разные вопросы и пришли к общему мнению, что она базируется на очень глубоких ценностях, которые свойственны и российскому, и индийскому обществу.
And on our way here, while we were in the car discussing various things, we came to the common ground that we are binded with a very deep traditions which are very typical for the Russian and Indian nations.
В этом году отмечается 80-летие победы в Великой Отечественной войне 1941-1945 годов. И я благодарю индийскую делегацию за участие в торжественных мероприятиях, которые проходили в Москве в мае этого года.
This year we mark 80th anniversary of victory in Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, and I personally thank Indian delegation for the participants in the solemn activities which were organized in Moscow May this year.
Наши двусторонние отношения носят стратегический характер. Партнерство с Индией является залогом равновесия в южноазиатском регионе и глобальной безопасности в целом.
Our bilateral relations have a strategic character, and the partnership with India is a key factor for the balance in South Asian region and the global security in general.
Россия оказывает полноценное содействие Индии в формировании современного облика сухопутных войск, военно-воздушных и военно-морских сил. И, пользуясь случаем, хотел бы поздравить вас, господин министр командования, и всех индийских военных моряков с Днем национальных военно-морских сил.
Russia cooperates in full scale with India in formation of the new outlook of the Army, Air Force and the Navy. And using this opportunity, let me congratulate you, the command, and all Indian sailors with National Navy Day.
Господин министр,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast of President Vladimir Putin's visit to New Delhi. In a short while from now, expecting the Russian president to touch down here in the national capital. What's expected to be a spectacular meeting, which is actually taking place for the first time since the Ukraine war began. How exactly will India play this out? In fact, there have been multiple meetings that are already taking place as we speak. Over the next 2 hours, we're going to take you through every possible detail of the engagement that's going to take place between both the countries as we continue with our joint broadcast with the global giant Sputnik. And of course, this is no longer, Abhishek, going to be limited just to New Delhi. As the world essentially watches both the leaders meet, how exactly will the West really respond to this particular meeting? And of course, with reporters in different countries, starting from South Africa to even Lebanon, would be joining us to just quickly give us a sense of how this is being viewed. And of course, international experts weighing in as to what's really expected of the joint collaboration between both the countries, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Shawan, as we speak, the government-to-government dialogue has already begun, which means that even before President Putin lands, his cabinet is already here, from the first Deputy Prime Minister, Manpurov Denis, to the Defense Minister, Belousov, and others. These are pictures coming in live from the North Block, where Denis Manturov has met Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with respective delegations, Shawan. So what is important is that this is the most high-powered delegation in recent memory that's come in, of course from Russia, but from other countries also.
Well, in fact, we're also getting in some more breaking news now coming in. Prime Minister Modi would be receiving President Putin in a short while from now, and in fact thereafter there would be a dinner that's going to take place at 7 LKM. The Prime Minister would be leaving in a short while from now. We're expecting in less than 30 minutes from now President Putin to arrive here in the national capital, and then both the leaders headed towards 7 LKM. Whether it's going to be in the same car or not, that's another aspect that one will be certainly looking into, because previously when both the leaders actually met, no one really expected, but this really happened, of Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin in the same car which is used by the Russian president. A lot of speculations were doing the rounds as to why both the leaders were in the same car and they basically headed for the venue. But again, that's a response that came in from the Russian side saying that it basically indicates the friendship between both the leaders.
Yeah, absolutely, Shawan. And while in China it was President Putin's Urus, or whether this time it would be India one, the cars in which Prime Minister travels. But obviously the whole idea is that the two leaders should be able to spend more and more time together. So from the welcome to reaching the 7 LKM to the private dinner tonight. Remember, the reason why it's called private dinner is because there are going to be two other formal occasions when the two leaders are going to be having a meal together, so to say, and one is, of course, the Prime Minister's luncheon post the delegation talks that happen tomorrow, and then, of course, the state banquet hosted by President of India, Draupadi Murmu, at the Rashtrapati Bhavan tomorrow evening, after which, of course, President Putin would be heading back to Moscow. Dmitry Simes Jr. joins us live from Moscow on this. Dmitry, what time did President Putin fly out of Moscow for his New Delhi summit meeting?
We saw indication of plane activity several hours ago. So, you know, the general flying time is 6 hours, so he should be arriving on schedule. That is, you know, sometime in the coming 30-40 minutes.
All right. And what's the entourage looks like of President Putin as he lands in New Delhi, Dmitry?
Well, what we see is that the delegation that he's bringing is, as you pointed out, one of the biggest delegations that we've seen in recent history. And what it is that it's very diverse. On the one hand, you see Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belousov and high-ranking officials from the Russian Defense Ministry. At the same time, you see a lot of people from the economic bloc. You see the Minister of Agriculture. You see the Minister of Public Health. You see the Minister, the Deputy Minister of Digital, Russia's digital industry. I think that this is an indication, and of course you see a large business delegation is stretching from Russia's largest banks to e-commerce to agriculture, the whole spectrum. And I don't think that this is, again, this is not about symbolism. This is about the fact that Russia-India business trade ties are accelerating over the past 2 years at a remarkable pace. And everyone that we spoke to in Moscow viewed this as a potential breakthrough meeting. The Kremlin announced that 12 intergovernmental agreements are expected to be signed and 15 commercial agreements are expected to be signed. So there's going to be a lot on this agenda.
Dmitry, I'll request you to stay on with us. Your colleague Dhairya Maheshwari is also joining us on this broadcast. Earlier today, Dhairya, in fact, you attended that press conference by shipping minister. And one focus that has basically been made on the transactions that both the countries are going to engage in over the next couple of years, especially keeping in mind that there is a massive trade deficit that we are really looking at. If we can just go across to Dhairya. I'm not too sure if Dhairya is on the broadcast right now. That's the Sputnik Brazil correspondent who's joining us. Andre, if you can hear me right now, that's the first response coming in from how things are really coming up in the other countries. And Global South has been a major focus now for Russia as well as India. Andre, if I can take that question to you, because I believe I can see you on air right now. How exactly has South Africa been really looking at the developing situations, keeping in mind that there is growing pressure coming in from the West? There was a conversation that took place just about 24 hours ago with President Trump. So how does all of this really pan out, keeping in mind that this visit, what India and Russia would be doing, and Russia specifically would be sending across the message that here you have a partner of global significance?
On camera, Andrea was the other one.
I'm not too sure if Andrea can hear me. Andrea, am I audible to you?
hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Yes, Brazil and Brazil, of course, are closely watching Vladimir Putin's visit in India. And first of all, we have a lot of factors here. Brazil and India and Brazil and Russia have a very, very good relationship. First of all, we have to see the relations in terms of South-South. Here in Brazil, the India's influence and the Russia's influence are rising, and most of this, the BRICS influence are rising here in Brazil. A lot of business and cultural influence too. In Brazil, the trip is seen as a signal of a coordination inside the BRICS. And this week, President Lula talked with President Trump, and it's important to see the terms in terms of tariffs, in terms of pressure. Brazil and India, how can I say, have the same feeling this year because have to survive to a Trump from the United States pressure in terms of tariffs. And this visit too, it's a good negotiation about the alternative payment mechanism. It's a strong interest for Brazil.
Abhishek, if you want to just take a question with Daria, because this morning when we spoke to Daria also, this is with regards to the briefings that have essentially taken place. And the focus that I wanted to put on is that while there may not be too much about bigger deals that are going to be signed, it's more of a follow-up of what we have already signed with Russia. But the focus has also been to ensure that the trade deficit that we are really looking at, exports versus our imports, that remains one major concern. How do you really overcome that? That becomes a key concern, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. So the question is that is the focus entirely going to be on the economic relationship between the two nations and to really upgrade it substantially with some very specific decisions taken during the summit?
Well, the Indian Foreign Ministry has already said that economic component forms a big focus of this visit. And today I also attended a press conference by Sberbank, which is Russia's largest bank. The CEO delivered a press conference. And the focus on the Russian side is clear as well. They want to make the trade long-term, sustainable, resilient. They don't want to depend on a particular commodity, want to diversify as much as possible. And there are some interesting nuggets that we got out of that press conference by Sberbank CEO, Mr. Herman Graf. He said that 80% of the settlements are being settled in less than 10 minutes. Most of the trade is taking place in Russia, ruble and rupees. So that's a big breakthrough. I mean, in 4 years, we have developed mechanisms. Both the countries can trade in national currencies. Another interesting point is that India and Russia dollar is no longer the referencing point. And Mr. Graf said that the focus is on trading in other currencies or making reference point in terms of currencies in which or the countries with which India has a trade surplus. So the focus from Russian side is clear as well. They want this relationship to go a long way forward in terms of economic component, and the focus there is on trading in national currencies, diversifying, and this is what we saw at the India-Russia forum as well, which started today. The discussions have already begun between the business captains of both the countries, and this is what hopefully we are going to see at the forum tomorrow as well.
I want to also quickly, focus on the big takeaways from the interview that was given by the First Deputy Prime Minister, Dimitri. And as we speak, the First Deputy Prime Minister is having a meeting with Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. It does appear from the looks of it that Mr. Manturov is now taking care of the relationship with India. Am I correct, Dimitri? Because in the interview, he's basically laid the roadmap. One of inviting Indian companies to operate in India, easing up for Indians to work in Russia. What are the big takeaways from that interview, which we are also going to play out in a short while from now?
So I want to say that you're absolutely correct in saying that Russian First Deputy Prime Minister Denis Manturov is, in a sense, the curator on the Russian side of the India-Russia relationship, because the key governing body, the key commission that is responsible for developing policies to move this partnership forward is the Intergovernmental Commission on Trade, Scientific, Cultural, and Humanitarian Cooperation. And on the Indian side, you have Jaishankar chairing that commission. And on the Russian side, you have Monterev. And when it comes to Monterev, it's important to remember that before he became Russia's first deputy prime minister earlier this year, he was previously Russia's minister for industry and trade. And in that capacity, he had a lot of dealings with India as well. So this is someone who knows Russia's industrial base on the inside out. And this is someone with extensive experience dealing with India. Turning to the specific interview that we had with him that was published earlier today. That interview provided, I guess you could say, an emphasis on two aspects. First is the joint industrial aspect, because Russia recognizes that India is a rising, not just a rising economic power, but it's a rising industrial power. And Prime Minister Modi's Make in India initiative and the policies accompanying it create a friendly environment, not just for Indian businesses, but also for foreign businesses to come and manufacture various complex goods, items in India. So there are two things that he pointed out in particular. The first is Arctic shipbuilding. Now, I think it probably is no secret to anyone that the Arctic in the coming decades will become one of the most strategic areas in the world as the global ice melts and as global powers get access to all the oil, gas, and other natural resources that have been buried under the ice. Russia is a leader in nuclear breaker technology. These basically massive ships powered by nuclear energy that can smash through ice. On the other hand, India has a rapidly rising shipbuilding industry. And what he said that if we can somehow bring these two capabilities together, Russia and India can help spearhead opening up the Arctic to the international community. The other part is civil aviation. Now, I want to remind your audience members that just in October, Russia and India signed a deal for the localized production of Sukhoi Superjets. You know, Russia's major civilian airliner, which has already delivered, a total of 400 million passengers, both in Russia and internationally. And now there's an opportunity to build them in India for Indians. So that's the industrial aspect. The other important aspect is the logistical aspect. Because if we want to boost bilateral trade turnover, we need to make it as cheap and efficient for businesses in both countries to ship their goods. And, Russia and India, unlike Russia and China, don't have natural borders. So there are two main initiatives to help solve that challenge. Number one is the International North-South Transport Corridor that basically stretches from St. Petersburg in the north and goes all the way through Iran, reaching Mumbai in India's on the Indian coast. Next, you have the Vladivostok-Chennai corridor.
Dimitri, I'm sorry to interrupt you because, I'm going to break that up, because what we are essentially trying to do is also some of the experts who have actually spoken to you. Dmitry Suslov happens to be one such person. Before we really get into, the Chennai-Vladivostok route, which is again another transnational route which has been a major focus in the past, and once again we have renewed it. Here you have Dmitry Suslov basically weighing on the strategic implications of President Putin's visit to New Delhi. Listen.
Foremost, India is one of the most important foreign policy partners for Russia. The official definition of Russian-Indian relations is a specially privileged strategic partnership, not just strategic partnership, but specially privileged strategic partnership, which emphasizes the specialty and importance of Russian-Indian relations. I would say that India is almost at the level of China, perhaps at the second place or at the same level as China. Officially, Russia positions China and India as the partners of equal significance for Russia. They are really the top foreign policy partners for Russia among all. India has recently become one of the major trade partners for Russia. India has usually been one of the major partners in terms of the Russian military sales, in terms of military-industrial cooperation. And Russia not just sells its arms to India, one of the most advanced arms in the world, but we also produce the arms together, and many of the Indian weapons are of Russian origin or joint origin, which have showed themselves quite and proved themselves very efficient, including in the latest military conflicts between India and Pakistan. Moreover, this is the state visit. The state visit is usually the most prestigious one. It is accompanied by special ceremonies, and it is focused to show the significance of interstate relations. And of course, it is the first visit of Vladimir Putin, of the Russian president, to India since 2021. It is the first visit since the beginning of the special military operation in Ukraine and since the beginning of the hybrid war which the West has been waging against Russia, trying to inflict strategic defeat on Russia. And thus I come to the main thing. The international context makes the state visit of Vladimir Putin to India so important, because this is the context in which the West has been trying to defeat Russia. The West has tried to isolate Russia in the international arena. The West has tried to defeat Russia militarily, to defeat Russia economically, to defeat Russia politically, and so on and so forth. The West has been trying to coerce the major Russian partners to stop cooperating with Russia politically and economically. And in this regard, the visit of the Russian president to India shows very clearly that these attempts are failing, that the West is unable to disrupt cooperation between Russia and its major partners, including India, despite the fact that Indian-Western relations are not hostile and competitive. India remains a crucial partner of the United States, of the European Union, of the West.
In fact, Russian President Vladimir Putin's flight has now entered the Indian airspace. We're expecting the president to arrive here in the national capital. The touchdown expected in the next couple of minutes. Of course, with the Prime Minister going and receiving President Putin ensures that this brings up the relationship a notch higher. Abhishek, what's the logic here that we're really looking at? Is this once again an extension of what we had witnessed in Tianjin, and now, of course, with the Prime Minister essentially giving that personal touch once again to this entire relationship that both the countries enjoy?
Well, you see, yes. I mean, what we saw in Tianjin was just a sliver. You know, it was a multilateral platform, essentially China being the host. The two leaders did squeeze in some time together, including most famously in President Putin's car or Senate. And they spent about good quality 45-50 minutes inside the car having a one-on-one. Okay, let's go to Rakshita. She's at 7 LKM, and I believe there is some activity there as the Prime Minister left to receive President Putin at the airport. Rakshita, over to you.
We seem to be having some problem with the audio line with Rakshita. We'll try and reconnect with her in a short while from now. If we can just quickly take a look at those images now coming in from 7 LKM. In fact, Abhishek, are you picking up in terms of the delegation that is coming in with President Putin? I'll come to that. Rakshita, just a quick update as to what's really happening at 7 LKM. By when are we to expect both the leaders to reach 7 LKM? Any word on what time is he landing?
Well, the scheduled time as per the itinerary has been 6:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time as far as the landing of Vladimir Putin at the Palam Air Base is concerned. Right now, yes, we did hear some, of course, the movement. There were sirens blaring, which, of course, indicate that the Prime Minister's convoy has left for the Palam Air Base. We understand that he's already left from the residence because of security reasons. We cannot certainly go across the road. But yes, the Prime Minister is making a rare diplomatic gesture, as we had just broken the information early on that he will be going to personally receive Vladimir Putin. Of course, a big, it's a symbolic gesture. It signals, of course, the significance attached to this very, very important meeting. The PM level protocol arrangements have also been made.
Well, in fact, we seem to be having some problem with Rakshita's audio line. The question that I was asking you, a big delegation accompanying President Putin. In fact, you also have the defense minister who arrived a short while back. What are we really expecting from the Indian side, Abhishek?
Well, Shravan, the deliverables are tremendous, but I am given to understand that the focus entirely is on, steadying the ship when it comes to the economic relationship, because, defense is very strong, defense is time-tested, defense is a legacy, and there are systems in place to take care of it. So, for example, if anything, the Russians have to really complete the ask. There is already a S-400 delay. There is already a nuclear submarine delay. And that's something which perhaps the Russians would come with some answers with. Having said that, the balance of trade situation is something which is of concern. And if Russia believes that the numbers should get more ambitious from here and from, say, about $63 billion now, which was just about $13, $14 billion just before COVID. And if it has to go to, say, $100 billion, that it cannot be a one-way street in terms of India buying oil. Maybe I can ask this to Dimitri Symes. Dimitri, what are the deliverables insofar as this aspect of the relationship is concerned, the balance of trade situation? Is the Russian delegation coming with some plan to give a list of things that Russia can buy, purchase both in goods and services, so that this balance of trade situation is taken care of if we have to get ambitious and look at, say, $100 billion of mutual trade?
Absolutely. And what I want to note is that Sputnik India hosted a press briefing by Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov earlier this week. And he was asked about the problem of the trade imbalance. He was asked, does Russia see this as something that needs to be solved? And he said 100%. And Russia is committed to increasing its imports from India. We posed a similar question to Russian First Deputy Prime Minister Denis Montarev, and he also said that Indian businesses are not just welcome in Russia, but Indian businesses can play an important role in filling some of the niches that were previously occupied by Western companies. For example, there are certain raw materials, there are certain chemicals, there are certain agricultural products, certain technical hardware that Russia used to purchase from the West. Needless to say, since the start of the Ukraine conflict, direct trade ties between Russia and the West have become minimal. And Russia is looking for alternative sources to import these goods, geopolitically reliable ones. And I think, Taria has been attending the India-Russia business forum.
Let's take that to Daria. Daria, just to take over from what Dimitri had to point out with regards to the deliverables here. From the Indian side, what are we really expecting? Because talking about the trade deficit, it's not something that can be overcome immediately, given the fact that we're also looking at certain restrictions being brought in with regards to Russian oil being taken by Indian companies at this point in time. So somewhere down the line, the Russians would essentially want a way out. They would want the Indian companies, Indian oil companies, to continue buying more oil. Can that happen? Is there an alternative that is being offered right now by Russia?
Well, one of the things that Dimitri already pointed out is that the Russian companies are quite interested in sourcing more of Indian products, be it in pharmaceuticals, be it chemical exports, be it engineering goods, because Western companies have left Russia and there's a vacuum right now in the Russian market, and Russia doesn't want that vacuum to be filled by any single country. So India here is a hedging strategy for Russia. Another interesting thing that's happening this week, Sberbank also launched its first ever, security for the Indian Nifty 50. So that means that Russian capital will be flowing into Indian capital market, which would mean more of Russian investments in Indian stocks, more of Russian investments in government securities, and Russian investments in large-scale infrastructure projects. All of this in the long term, it will help to address the deficit problem. Obviously, it's not an overnight solution, but it's a start of a process, and which has already started.
I'll just take a quick word also from Krishna Mohan, who is also joining us in the studios right now. He's the defense and security correspondent of Sputnik, closely following all the developments that are taking place from both the sides. And in fact, a short while back, you've had certain Western countries, and there have been vested interests here, Abhishek pointing out the very fact that not much has been spoken about the Su-57, because given the fact that we have seen what has happened in the past, Krishna, I want to quickly ask you what happened this afternoon when you've had a Western news agency pointing out that we are basically going in for a bigger deal this time when it comes to the nuclear submarine, which again was a complete hoax, because the deal was already signed. There is a considerable delay as far as the nuclear submarine deal is concerned.
Actually, time of guessing is over, and now after some time we will get what is going to be signed between India and Russia. But as far as this submarine, fake news is concerned, I think there must be some either misunderstanding or mischief. We all know that India is going to finalize its negotiation on tariffs with USA in a few weeks, and now India and Russia are going to do some sort of deals in defense related issues. It may be some new project. It may be some
Are we expecting any big ticket project here, or is it more of an extension of what was already discussed earlier?
Again, I will say time of guessing is over, and now I think within a few hours it will be on the table and everybody will know. But in my opinion, as 400's last two squadrons which are going to deliver, which in next year, India will pursue them, Russia, that they will be delivered in a very short, without any delay. And there may be some joint project, joint development.
Krishna, I think I'm sorry to interrupt you, because these are the live visuals now coming in, expecting that the Prime Minister would be reaching the Palam Technical Airport in a short while from now. We'll try and see if we can also get another quick visual where I can see the convoy of the Prime Minister basically reaching a short while from here. Just the gesture here, before I go across to Rakshita, just a quick point here, Abhishek. The gesture that the Prime Minister has made by actually going and receiving him, and also the messaging that India wants to do. Are we also being a little cautious, because the West is going to watch this very, very closely? Are we also being cautious, or pretty much we are out there telling them that we really do not care about what you really see or what you really make out of this relationship? This relationship is only going to perhaps better itself as time passes by.
No, if anything, it's not about caution. It's for the world to see. If anything, Prime Minister, I think, is underscoring both the words special and privileged in our relationship with Russia by making this dash to Palam Technical Area and receiving President Putin personally. Remember, this is not against protocol, but this is obviously not exactly protocol. Prime Minister reserved that for very special guests. He did that earlier with Mohammed bin Salman, for example, with the UAE Crown Prince, for example, with President Barack Obama back in 2014, and now doing it with President Putin. Remember, also, this is a state visit. Also, the fact that President Putin is coming after a gap of 4 years. I think I would go with you, Shravan, that when it comes to these kind of geopolitical events are about optics. Remember, New Delhi has become a hub of world diplomacy with a kind of trenchant diplomatic jaw-jaw that happened between the Western diplomats based out of New Delhi and their Russian counterpart. The three ambassadors and high commissioners from Germany, from France and from United Kingdom jointly writing an op-ed, and the Russian ambassador hitting back, responding to them. I think the world is watching and very closely. And in that scenario, for the Prime Minister to be going to Palam technical area to receive President Putin, I think he's making a statement that there is nothing to hide. समझने वाले समझ गए जो ना समझे वो अनाड़ी हैं. I mean that kind of message, obviously, by Prime Minister Modi by going there and receiving President Putin personally.
I just want to flesh this out. What Abhishek was basically pointing out was that it was quite unprecedented and became the biggest talking point here in the national capital when you've had the European ambassadors basically writing a joint op-ed. You've had some Indian newspapers actually also giving platform to certain ambassadors who are known to have taken a very strong position against the Russian president here. In fact, many have ended up calling him a war criminal. In fact, there has been a strong response really coming in from the Russian ambassador, Denis Alipov, who's basically written about the fact that, these are, again, creations of the West. The reason why Krishna was basically pointing out a short while back that, this is a fake news that was being propagated, it could have been done deliberately, because when we spoke to a few in Moscow and when we were constantly asking what are we to really expect about as far as the S-400 is concerned, they're saying that, you need to play it down for a while because there are vested interests, particularly in the West, who wouldn't want some of the deals to really come through. And that is the reason why there has been a large focus on what are the deliverables at this stage. I want to get a quick word from Andrea, taking off from what's really happening here in terms of the global perspective and particularly the global South. Andrea, I'm staying with these live visuals coming in from New Delhi, but I want you to perhaps give me a global perspective right now. How exactly? Okay, these are the latest pictures. These are the latest pictures, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. These are pictures of the Prime Minister's carcade, making a dash to Palam technical area from 7 LKM. Remember, at this speed and with that distance takes just about 10-15 minutes or maybe less to reach there. Prime Minister has already reached there. In fact, Shawan, these are pictures from a little earlier, I believe, and Sardar Patel Marg. So this is just about a few kilometers before the airport. From this spot, if you read the Sardar Patel Marg, to the airport is just about 7-8 minutes at this speed. So Prime Minister must have already reached. These are pictures from little earlier, and Rakshita earlier flashed that Prime Minister has already. Look at these. We have some pictures, in fact.
Yeah, we have
trying
some
to pictures, in fact, of Prime Minister's carcade getting inside the Palam airport also. Look at, we have those pictures. Maybe, in fact, we can run those pictures.
We'll try and pull that out because I think that this is...
Sharat can pull those pictures out.
This is just midway. This is just midway. Now we'll try and get you the latest visual. But just a quick recap of what we know so far. So we are expecting the president to arrive in the next couple of minutes, the moment he reaches from there. In terms of where does he go, 7 LKM is where the private dinner is expected to take place. Now, you could perhaps take draw a parallel between the visit that Prime Minister Modi made to Russia. And I want to just bring in perhaps Dhairya, if you can just join me with, perhaps explaining this to our viewers right now. We stay with these latest visuals. These are visuals coming in from Palam Technical Airport, where the Prime Minister has already reached, and in a short while from now, expecting the President's images also to come in there. But drawing a parallel between what we had witnessed when Prime Minister Modi had landed in Moscow, the personal touch that was actually given by President Putin, multiple refreshments that took place, and I remember those conversations that was being broadcast at that point in time. So here is a relationship which has lasted several ups and downs, we have essentially seen, but time and again it has remained thick. And here is yet another perhaps imaging that would be done by both the leaders to the world tonight, that this is a relationship to stay.
Live pictures, Shawan, there of prep there happening of the Guard of Honor that's going to be presented to President Putin. all preparations in place. This is Guard of Honor placing themselves with the rank and file and getting ready for the red carpet. They would be standing at the location where the presidential aircraft will arrive, and then of course coming out of the president and being received by the Prime Minister, a joint a tri-services Guard of Honor rather. This is all right. This is essentially an upgrade, Shawan, of the relationship by optics.
There, as I was asking you, a reciprocation of what the Prime Minister had witnessed when he was in Moscow. And I'm drawing a parallel here because this private dinner that's going to take place today once again reiterates the relationship that both the leaders really enjoy. I'm drawing the parallel between the Prime Minister's visit last time to Moscow and now you have President's visit here to New Delhi.
Well, truly, the visit of Prime Minister Modi to the Kremlin last year to Moscow, before the official talks, he was hosted at President Putin's dacha on the outskirts of Moscow. They had a very private conversation. The chemistry was visible and it evoked strong reactions from Western powers. And right now, what we are witnessing is just a reciprocation, as you rightly pointed out, on part of Prime Minister Modi. The same chemistry. And what this shows is that India-Russia relationship, it's a geopolitical constant in an ever-changing world. And it continues to remain so, despite Western pressure, despite Western threats to pull both the countries apart. And Prime Minister Modi has just doubled down on his ties with Russia as well as with President Putin. And Prime Minister Modi's personal ties to President Putin, they go back a long way. Because in 2001, Prime Minister Modi was part of entourage of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the late Prime Minister, when he went to Moscow, when the strategic relationship between India and Russia was formalized. So it's just Prime Minister Modi carrying forward the legacy of the chemistry between himself and the Russian president. And since 2014, the India-Russia relationship has grown leaps and bounds, and we have seen that happening at a greater pace since 2022, even though the naysayers have said that, in India, as well as in Western capitals, that they have raised doubts on Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy. But Prime Minister Modi has shown that India remains firmly committed to its strategic autonomy, and Russia is a time-tested friend of India, no matter what anyone else says.
Button. Well, in fact, that's the Prime Minister's first visuals now coming in at the Palam Technical Airport. In a short while from now, President Putin would also be arriving, the ceremonial welcome that's going to take place. And from there onwards, both the leaders, everyone is going to watch whether at all both the leaders are going to be in the same car or two separate cars, because the last time, an enduring image of the last visit or the meeting between both the leaders in Tianjin on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation, the SCO summit at that point in time, where we essentially saw both the leaders spending a considerable amount of time inside Oris, the vehicle basically used by the Russian president. And of course, thereafter, a lot of speculations were doing the rounds, but that has also now been put to rest with President Putin essentially indicating that this is about the friendship that he really enjoys. Now, for Russia, undoubtedly, it's also the messaging that they would be doing to the global world tonight by saying that here you have President Putin spending a night in New Delhi, saying that here you have an ally of global significance. Because if you really compare in terms of the support that Russia has essentially enjoyed post the Ukraine war, essentially it's coming in from China as well as from India. And of course, you've had other countries, Iran and Korea too. But having said that, for Russian president, despite the kind of sanctions have been imposed by the Western world, you've essentially had Russia indicating that this is a farce and which is no longer going to last. Some of the most crucial statements that have been made by the Russian president just ahead of the visit to the national capital was particularly a warning being sent out to Europe, saying that if at all they are willing, if they are ready for a war, so is Russia. And in fact, that was a messaging done to Europe, particularly egging Ukraine to be in this particular war. This comes also in the backdrop of the peace talks that are basically going on, and whether at all this plan, which is essentially being drafted by the United States of America, will that really have a lasting image? Now, these are some aspects that both the leaders likely to really talk about. Abhishek, I want to just quickly ask you, I want to get in a quick word from Andre too. Andre is the correspondent from Brazil of Sputnik. Andre, what has been the chatter about this meeting, particularly in Brazil? Because you've had President Lula making it very clear that Russian support becomes extremely crucial, especially in these changing global order times.
Okay, first of all, we have to look, it's changing in terms of the political in the world. When you see Brazil and Russia, I think the last month, October, marked a new momentum in Brazil and in the relationship. Because both countries launched a negotiation to expand the Mercosur-India trade agreement. This is very, very important. In terms of Russia, we have a good relationship in terms of defense, of course, but most important than this, is changing the chessboard, let me say, in terms of influence, the BRICS influence. And this meeting tonight, this visit, this Vladimir Putin visit, is very important, not only for President Lula, but most in terms of, we have to see Brazil is actually the exercise of the President and BRICS. And the next country will be India. And it's very, very important. And
right, Andre.
Cooperation.
Right, Andre. Shravan, coming back to the pictures and staying with them, because a Prime Minister is already there and President Putin's plane has landed. Now, the point to be made is that what's wrong if the Prime Minister has gone to the airport and is receiving President Putin and is traveling in the same car with him to 7 LKM? Because just a couple of months back, we had the Russian President traveling to American territory, the American President receiving him at the tarmac, both getting a guard of honor, President Putin getting a guard of honor by American soldiers, Marines, etc., traveling in the same car to the summit venue or the talks venue. So what's wrong if Indian Prime Minister does that with Russia? I mean, why should anyone have a problem with that? And that's how diplomacy really pans out. Because remember, this side of Suez, if there is one leader in the world who has spoken to both President Putin and President Zelensky, it's Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. And if he, by extending this courtesy, making it a very special and privileged welcome to President Putin, makes it even more easier for the two leaders to build on the chemistry that already exists between them. We have seen some pictures of going back to 2001 when Prime Minister was Chief Minister of Gujarat and travelled as part of then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's entourage and delegation, and as Chief Minister signed an accord when President Putin was sitting out. And that also is a commentary on the longevity of President Putin, that from 1999 to 2025, he's the one who has been there. I mean, he's seen so many kings and queens and presidents and prime ministers.
First visit then when he was just been sworn in as the president.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was already president. Yeah, he was already president, not just acting president. 1999, he first became prime minister, then acting president. Once Yeltsin decided that he's done with his term. And then, of course, subsequently, he has had 2 terms as prime minister, but effectively president. What is important is that, as I was mentioning earlier, the world is watching, very cleanly so, very closely so, and for the West, and remember, you were mentioning about President Putin's comments that if Europe so wants, Russia is ready for war. Now, you see, the problem is that while Trump, the American president, really wants ceasefire, really wants peace to prevail in Ukraine, the European leaders are not really willing for that. You look at the statement that came from NATO chief Mark Rutte yesterday, saying that Europe is willing to buy or ready to buy or actually buying 1 billion euros worth of American war machine every month to help Ukraine. Now, those are provocative comments. Obviously, you cannot expect Putin not to respond. Putin has responded saying, if Europe wants a war, so be it. Now, in that scenario, for the whole theater of diplomacy to be shifting to New Delhi, where Prime Minister Modi is engaging with Putin over the next 24 hours in at least 4 or 5 meetings, at least 2 of which are exclusively one-on-one. One is, of course, the one that's going to, maybe 3 one-on-one. One, if the 2 leaders travel together in the car from Palam to LKM, then the private dinner at LKM, then there is another round of meeting post-dinner that might go on for long. I remember I remember, for example, people telling me, and very close people telling me, that back in 2014 or 15, when Prime Minister had traveled to Russia for the first time as Prime Minister, the 2 leaders had a post-dinner 3.5-hour meeting, which went past midnight.
He had a similar sort of meeting even in Tianjin when it continued for much longer than what it was scheduled.
45 minutes in the car and then the delegation talks. But one-on-one 3.5-hour long meeting back in 2015. So there is the time spent, quality time spent together, understanding each other, understanding the issues, building the relationship, having an exchange on geopolitics, and, of course, sharing from each other's experience. And, if something can be done about Ukraine war, and if India can play a role in it, these are the moments which count. This special reception, this one-on-one meeting, and that's what everyone would be looking forward to. Now, Europe will do what it has to do. NATO will do what it has to do. President Trump, to be fair to him, is tremendously interested, very sincerely interested in seeing to it that the war ends. Forget about the angularities and eccentricities of the American president. Insofar as the Ukraine war is concerned, the Europe war is concerned, he really wants it to end. The proof of which is that not just his personal envoy, Steve Witkoff, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was there in Moscow, spending 5 hours with President Putin just 2 days back. On that very famous white round table, trashing out the details of the 28-point peace deal that President Trump and the Trump administration has been pushing. So I think these pictures are for the world to see. This is not about India cocking a snook. This is not about India telling the West to hell with it. This is about India claiming its own position in the Committee of Nations as a responsible global power and projecting a picture of confidence, projecting a picture of a strategic autonomy, projecting a picture of multi-alignment, and all those things really coming together to give the confidence that is getting reflected in this very special gesture by the Prime Minister, where he is gone and is welcoming President Putin, bringing him to 7 LKM. Remember, if a deal has to happen, it will happen. If India can play a role, why not? Just because the West thinks, it's their monopoly, that they should be deciding everything. No, the times have changed. Sometimes you wonder if economies like UK or France or Germany are punching above their weight because they are now behind us.
Right.
So those aspects are very important. And I think it's a global geopolitical event. It's not just about India and Russia.
Well, in fact, I'm going to stay with these latest images that are coming in. A quick recap before we quickly go across to our guests from Sputnik, adding value to this entire coverage of ours here. You have Prime Minister Modi, who's landed a short while back at Palam Technical Airport. At a short while from now, President Putin would be arriving there. You have the ceremonial welcome that's going to take place, and thereafter both the leaders basically leave for 7 LKM, where there is going to be a private meeting. And as Abhishek has been pointing out, one cannot rule out the possibility of the meeting extending to about late night, given the fact that this has happened in the past, the last of course being in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO, when both the leaders had spent a considerable amount of time, and where we were given to understand that the issue of Ukraine was once again raised. Let me quickly bring in my colleague Dimitri from Sputnik. Dimitri, these images of the Prime Minister at the Palam Technical Airport, because for the longest time we weren't essentially told that the Prime Minister would be going there and receiving President Putin. This was brushed under the carpet whenever these questions were essentially asked. So it seems all in secrecy that this is now being done. Now it's out in the open for everyone to witness the 2 leaders coming together.
Well, I think that this gesture is obviously being appreciated on the Russian side. On a separate note, I'd like to share with your audience that Prime Minister Modi's popularity in Russia has skyrocketed in recent months. Now, why is that? Because not just Russian officials, not just Russian experts, but ordinary Russians were very closely following the Trump administration's tariffs on India over its purchase of Russian oil. And to be honest, quite a lot of Russians were concerned because they knew that India had good economic relations with the West and that India may not want to sacrifice these, benefits for the sake of its relationship with Russia. But what they saw in Prime Minister Modi's refusal to bow under pressure is that India has arrived, that India is a country that will not be messed around with, that India is a country that sticks to its friends, and that India is a country that is not just powerful, it's also courageous. Because it takes courage to look the world's leading superpower in the eye and say, no, we will not sacrifice our sovereignty for convenience. And so I think that's another reason why President Putin has such a good personal chemistry with Prime Minister Modi. Because obviously they are people of very different backgrounds. They are people from very different cultures. But what unites them is a common sense of civilizational mission. When Putin looks at Modi, he sees someone whose goal is not just to make India a top global economy, not just to modernize its military, but to restore India's great civilizational standard, Vishwa Guru. And in a certain sense, Putin has been on a similar mission his entire presidency. His goal is not just to make Russia a major economy, but to restore the great Russian civilization that was lost as a result of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the various chaos in the 20th century.
Abhishek, there's no doubt about the fact that the relationship that we're really talking about between both the leaders, given the fact that this draws back to the time when Prime Minister Modi was the chief minister in the state of Gujarat. And there, of course, over the years, the multiple meetings that have essentially taken place. Not to forget, Prime Minister being one of the only world leader to essentially being able to have spoken to both President Zelensky as well as President Putin, and also on the global stage, essentially indicating that this is not the era of war. Something, if I'm not wrong, was said during the SCO summit?
Yeah, multiple times, Shawan, and from Kazan to Ufa to Tianjin, Prime Minister has repeated this often. And as I mentioned, this side of Suez, he's the only one, perhaps on that side, apart from Trump, just Viktor Orban, who has met both the leaders, Zelensky and Putin.
Yeah, but not a very great relationship that Viktor Orban has with President Zelensky. Here, at least, you had a different equation here. What's even surprising here, Dhairya, if I can also quickly bring you in, while we stay full frame with these visuals, we are expecting the president to arrive in the next couple of minutes. And of course, the focus, because within the business community, this time the focus has largely been on the economics of this relationship itself. And the fact that, we've been able to come a long way. And there are multiple hurdles that we're really looking at, particularly as to who exactly buys the oil, because that's going to be one major factor. The ruble-rupee factor being the other concern that's going to be also brought in. What more are you picking up in terms of what possibly could be the next major headline that we are expecting in the next 24 hours, Dhairya?
Well, defense seems to be a big ticket in terms of relationship. It really needs to be seen if there's going to be an offer for Sukhoi 57 fifth-generation fighter jets, given India's own quest to acquire, the fifth-generation jets, given the volatile security environment we are in. So defense, S-400s, if India orders more batteries of S-400, that would be a big thing because we saw them perform excellently. And Pakistan would just shudder at the thought of India buying more S-400s. Missile system that could, covers the entire range of Pakistan, that has the potential capability to shooting down F-16 in Pakistan's airspace. At the same time, we are looking at, the RELOS agreement, which will be formalized, gives India access to the Arctic bases. It's good for India's Arctic policy. At the same time, it brings Russia into the Indian Ocean region. Russia, for your viewers, Russia is the only permanent P5 country that is not has a significant presence in the Indian Ocean region. So from and another thing is what the messaging being sent on the energy front. If Prime Minister Modi and the Indian government, if they send a signal that no matter how much anyone pressures us, Russian oil is here to stay, though we are getting signals that Indian refiners have brought down their purchases of Russian oil. But at the same time, I would like to point out that...
Okay, we'll try and fix that line. Daria, we seem to be having some trouble with your audio line.
Kepler, they have said that...
Okay, that's... Daria, sorry to interrupt you. That's the first visual of President Putin touching down here in the national capital. In a short while from now, you would have both the leaders meeting. These are the first visuals of President Putin's aircraft landing here in the national capital. This comes after first time since the Ukraine war actually began. The last visit that he's had here in India, Abhishek, if I'm not wrong, that was quite short at the Hyderabad house, a single-day visit. Now, there is what adds value to this entire visit is the fact that there was a long deliberation of whether at all Russian President Vladimir Putin is going to spend the night here in the national capital. Now, this has been worked out from the Indian side, and both side delegations have worked this out. And interestingly, if you look at the composition of the delegation that is actually accompanying the Russian president, that in itself would give you an idea of the intentions that the Russians have had with this particular trip here, starting from the first deputy prime minister who's landed a short while back, who's essentially set the tone by simply indicating that what is really expected as far as the deliverables over the next 24 hours. The meeting that has also taken place with Union Minister Piyush Goyal as well as Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, those meetings that lasted here. Krishna, if I can just quickly bring you in, because this evening also Raksha Mantri had the meeting with his counterpart. What's the sense that you're essentially getting? Because one frustration that was basically building within the Indian military setup was the fact that the deadlines were obviously not met with. The S-400 batteries, they are yet to come in. There are regiments which are yet to be raised in. Now, of course, with the Su-57, there has been a lot of dilly-dallying. What is the sense that you're really getting in from the armed forces from South Bloc?
Actually, India is not only pursuing for remaining 2 squadrons of S-400. India has also placed order for, in fact, a big order for replenishment of its arsenal, which were spent during Operation Sindhu. Right. So it was EP6 emergency procurement /6 time it was emergency procurement. So there was lots of missiles and ammunitions, anti-tank guided missiles, rounds for tanks, and everything was there. So India will obviously pursue for speedy supply of these items, which were procured on emergency procurement. And of course, S-400 will be discussed because 2 remaining squadrons are awaited, and I think by the end of next year, remaining 2 squadrons will be supplied.
So you're expecting the remaining 2 to be supplied by next year, and perhaps as far as fresh orders are concerned, that seems to be in the pipeline, not really finalized as yet. So we're expecting that major news to also come in by tomorrow in terms of what would have been the defense pact. It seems there are more to do with certain strategic agreements that are likely to be signed by both the leaders when the meeting actually begins tomorrow. I'm going to also put out the details of the itinerary of President Putin when he lands here, and thereafter the meeting that he's essentially going to have with the Prime Minister later this evening, and of course thereafter the meeting that takes place with President Draupadi Murmu tomorrow, and also with the business leaders who are essentially present here. Dimitri, if I can quickly bring you in, I wanted to ask you with the composition of the delegation itself, and what is the message that the Kremlin is basically sending across by sending a delegation which seems to be quite large in number, and of course essentially sending the message of doing business with India despite the kind of sanctions that have been imposed, and how India is now being forced. India for the longest time has been forced by the Western world to stay away from Russia, to basically perhaps distance itself in terms of the military relationship that both the countries really enjoy. I'm staying with these live visuals, but Dimitri, over to you.
I think the overarching message is that Russia is going big on Bharat. And it's not just doubling down on existing areas of cooperation such as arms sales, energy sales. The goal is to get Indian companies to sell their products to Russia, for Indian companies to discover the opportunities of the Russian market. And I think it's important to point out that we already have some success stories that we can point to. The most notable one being the pharmaceutical industry. Because following the imposition of Western sanctions, a lot of Western international brands left the Russian market. And ordinary Russians were very concerned because they expected a spike in medicine prices. But thankfully, what we saw was a lot of Indian companies come in, fill the niche, and what's even more better, offer higher quality products at lower prices. So medicine prices have actually gone down in Russia because instead of buying overpriced German medicines or buying overpriced Latvian medicines, we're buying medicines made in India. And what we see is that Indian companies are even establishing pharmaceutical factories in Russia. So again, I think that if I had to say succinctly is that Modi is rolling out the red carpet for President Putin, but President Putin wants to roll out the red carpet for Indian businesses and let them know that the Russian market is eagerly awaiting them.
Well, the first images, Dimitri, we're expecting in a short while from now, where you have the flying Kremlin, which is here at the Parliament Technical Airport. The staircase now being put for the president, who's expected to come out in a short while from now and thereafter. Of course, that first image is always something that one wants to, closely watch. The last that you saw was when President Putin was meeting President Trump. That was the global headline. Now, this undoubtedly is going to be yet another global headline with both the leaders coming together, because especially this comes in the backdrop of the peace talks that are basically going on. And of course, Washington trying to broker this entire deal with Russia and Ukraine. Now, are we to expect, Abhishek, perhaps some talk to happen with regards to the peace deal that is that President Trump is trying to broker? Do you believe that Washington may have done some sort of a backroom channeling or backroom talk with India, because they would have felt that Prime Minister Modi is well poised to send across a message to President Putin with regards to the peace talks?
Yeah, 100%. We'll discuss that, Shravan. And Krishna, can you help us understand if you, or maybe Dimitri can help us understand. Dimitri, if you're looking at the frame, the aircraft, the Russian president's aircraft flying Kremlin, as Shravan said, has written, there's something called, something like US 96 written on it. What is that?
IL 96.
Oh,
that
is
illusion.
Illusion 96.
Illusion.
Okay, that's illusion. Okay, fair enough. But it's in Russian, right? So it's not IL. It seems like US.
It's IL.
Okay.
Illusion.
In Russian.
In Russian.
Exactly. So, Russian president's plane has got parked, stationed, and we're waiting for the gates to open. How much time you think, Shravan, President Putin should be coming out?
We are expecting that to happen in the next couple of. I believe it's all about that vestibule to actually go and to put together, and then it's expected that the president is going to be out. Now, there is always a mystery that is surrounding Krishna, when it comes to anything to do with the Russians, especially the images that we have seen doing the rounds here, and of course. I'm not too sure whether at all we've had any of our fighter jets accompanying the Russian plane when it entered the Indian airspace. We do not have that information, because I remember when President Putin had gone to America at that point in time, the kind of, the reception that was actually given to President Putin, while of course
fly past
that we saw. Yeah. We're not sure, Krishna, that's going to happen here in India.
If anything of that sort is going to happen, then we must wait for the visuals, or in advance they must have told us
Whether there's going to be any competition with the Americans.
But Dimitri, you know, just like the legend around Air Force One and the Beast, what's the legend around Flying Kremlin and the Oros?
Ilyushin 96 is historically been used as a military cargo plane because it's a very large plane.
But that's a VVIP cargo it's carrying.
Yeah, I mean, you know, usually when you see one of these bad boys, they're transporting Russian paratroopers, tanks, armored vehicles to the front line. But, you know, this is a reliable plane that can also be refitted as a civilian plane. And to my understanding, there is some, you know, discussions about trying to make it more widespread. But I mean, yeah, this is President Putin's go-to for international travel. And when it comes to Auris and, you know, again, the Flying Kremlin, is that President Putin wants to lead by example. He wants for people to buy made in Russia, and accordingly, he wants to fly with Russian planes, drive Russian cars, to show that, you know, there's an expectation.
Dimitri, all set right now. It seems the aircraft door is open.
Yeah.
We're expecting President Putin to come out any time now. And again, a lot is read into the way President Putin actually walks down, if I may say so, the ramp here.
Yeah.
You know, because a lot of the body language of the leader, as they say.
Yeah.
And of course, there are a lot of stories here, Dimitri, of course, on social media when it comes to President Putin's international travels. What's the reality? No one really knows about it. But having said that, a lot is essentially spoken about.
And there's a certain swagger with which he walks, you know. There is a certain the kick in his walk. He's a judoka. I mean, I think the first Russian leader to be having 8th grade, or what is called 8th Den black belt. And that gets reflected in the way he carries himself. Or there's this macho image of, you know, getting pictures topless and, you know, doing those judoka acts and riding horses, being there up in the Siberian whitelands.
You could ask that question to Dimitri. Dimitri, is there a story of President Putin that we do not know and you know? Perhaps this is the right time for you to share as President Putin comes out anytime now.
You know, a fascinating story from when he was deputy mayor in St. Petersburg. So there's a group of American business people who try and set up a subway franchise. And they try to make a deal with the mafia, which, you know, because again, during the 1990s, there was a lot of chaos in Russia, powerful organized crime. And they basically found themselves in trouble.
Yeah,
these American business people had to flee to the American consulate, and they were basically besieged by the mafia. So the American consul general at that time calls Putin and says, I need help. And Putin, you know, quickly asks to send over copies of their contracts, and he basically arranges for them to have a safe escort to the St. Petersburg airport so that they could, you know, leave unharmed and that the mafia wouldn't get to them. And I think that, you know, again, this kind of busts the myth that Putin has always been this reflexively anti-Western leader. When you look at his reputation as deputy mayor in the 1990s, he was very well loved and respected by the American business community, by the European business community, because he made a sincere effort to help them protect their rights in Russia and to have successful businesses in Russia. Putin only began to harden his position towards the West once he began to see that his desire in improved relations was not reciprocated.
Right. Dimitri, I'll just stay with these latest images now coming. Now, that's a fascinating story because it seems, at least over the last few years, there is largely been one sort of description that has been attached to President Putin is about that one Russia image, or bringing back the Russian dream, is being the single focus of the president, and largely that is the reason why he's also been seen as anti-West. But if that was the case, you know, that image of President Putin landing in Alaska and, you know, having that meeting with President Trump basically demystifies his position as far as the West is concerned. And he sent out that message very clearly that, look here, this is essentially to do with the expansionist policies of the NATO. While Russia has been largely criticized of the expansionist mindset, but having said that, the West, on the other hand, has never been very clear about the position of how far can you really, push the NATO blanket.
No, they are very clear. I think they're itching for a war. I mean, I would say Dmitry was mentioning about the fact that Putin was seen as pro-West when he was deputy mayor of St. Petersburg. But I would say as late as 9/11, Shravan, people forget history. When 9/11 happened, Russia provided its airspace to American fighter jets to come into Afghanistan. And as late as 2006, President Putin said, please make me part of NATO. Let Russia be part of NATO. What's the problem? We can sit across the table and decide what's our national security concern and what's your national security concern. I have no problem. Russia can be part of NATO also. Why do you need NATO after the end of the Cold War, after the fall of the Berlin Wall? So I think in that sense, ultimately everything comes down to this visceral hate that not the entire West per se, but Europe has, the transatlantic alliance has. President Trump is trying to break from that cage, but remember again, he also at some level becomes a prisoner of the larger military-industrial complex.
Is it unusual that it takes this long?
I think it takes this much time because it's been a 6-hour-long flight and the security paraphernalia really takes its place and then only the VVIP comes out. I think it should be any time now that this is happening. And President Putin, and remember, Shravan, again, the world is watching. I mean, it's not just about India, Russia. It's about every European capital closely watching every move, every word that's going to be said and discussed and is going to come out of the summit that's really panning out in front of our eyes. President Putin is all set to touch down on Indian soil. His plane has landed, but we are yet to have him out and everyone watching there. And Niranjan was telling me, you're talking about President Putin in some pictures being topless. I mean, I think Bharat played those pictures immediately after I said this.
That's the defining image of President Putin.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and he loves. I think he loves this. He loves this macho projection because every year, for example, there is a calendar that comes out in Moscow, in Russia, which has 12 pictures of President Putin for every month with one quotable quote from him. And many other things. So I think in that sense, he's...
seen the topless pictures also there?
I don't know. I've not seen the calendars. I've only heard about it. Okay, Prime Minister there. Prime Minister there.
The Prime Minister
positioning.
is just moving towards the staircase. There we're expecting President Putin to come out. And of course, this is no longer going to be just watched in Russia and India. The two leaders coming together is something that the world is essentially watching very closely. And the question that I asked you, Abhishek, was about, are you expecting, there you have it.
All right, President Putin there, coming down, Prime Minister receiving him, standing face to face, the two leaders yet to make eye contact because President Putin is focusing on the stairs. Remember, the world is watching, he cannot miss a step. And now, touchdown on the soil, eye contact, yes. That's where.
Expecting the hug?
The walk, 100%, 200%. See, it happens here. Because that's trademark. That's Narendra Modi. That's Prime Minister Modi. He's not going to miss out on that.
So
that's part of hugplomacy. It's called hugplomacy. Modi, it's part of the Modi diplomacy, you know. And so this is, with a lot of warmth, they meet and they walk, and then there is a ceremonial guard of honor, tri-services guard of honor, meeting of the delegations, the Indian side first, Kirtivardhan Singh, the Minister of State for External Affairs, and then the Russian side, the Ambassador Denis Alepov there.
Abhishek, were you expecting, in terms of, if you draw a parallel of the last visit that President Putin has made outside Russia was, of course, in America, and now this would be his second international trip that he has actually made here. There you have the welcoming of
the cultural
program that's essentially taking place, and thereafter everyone would be waiting with bated breath right now whether at all the two leaders really go inside the same vehicle. Well, the reason why everyone would be watching that very closely is because essentially when the last time when both the leaders spent roughly about 45 minutes inside one car, it so happened that it was outside the venue of the delegation level talks that were supposed to take place. So
are they going to travel together is the question which should be solved in the next 30 seconds. Okay, we can't do the wrong. Okay, now, they are in fact traveling together. Fair enough, they are traveling together, and
it
does
does seem that's not the usual vehicle that is used by the Prime Minister.
Yeah, but
if I'm not wrong, it's usually the black Range Rover that is used by the Prime Minister. It's a different vehicle altogether. Yeah. So it's quite purposeful. You have both the flags there adorning the vehicle. There you have the Russian.
It's part of the plan.
What I was essentially pointing out, well, it seems it's quite surprising because the vehicle that is generally used by the Prime Minister is a black Range Rover, if I'm not wrong. Abhishek, correct me. And this happens to be a different vehicle altogether. Now, one would ask, why are we so, engrossed about what about the vehicle?
You can't have a German car for the Russian president. Come on, Shaman. So that's why it's a Jap car. That's okay. Japs are okay. So not
acceptable.
Acceptable. I mean, not after the op-ed that the German ambassador wrote. I mean, you cannot have a German car, obviously.
Dimitri, there you have it. You have both the leaders going inside the vehicles, the same car. It seems that some photographs are now being taken of both the leaders smiling. You have Russian president all brimming right now. And we haven't got a glimpse of our Prime Minister right now, the message that has been done there. Dimitri, if you can see that, you have yet again both the leaders in the same car. It seems that this is the new trend that's basically emerging with President Putin actually being in the same vehicle, spending a considerable amount of time. It seems that roughly about another 20 minutes, or a little over 20 minutes, is both the leaders would be getting together. And this would be at a time when you wouldn't have any other officials really accompanying, apart from the SPG that would be
in fact, both the Russian what is it called, FRC, is it called the Presidential Protection Group there, FRC, and the SPG together protecting the car.
Dimitri, can you see the images coming in?
So what sort of jumps out to me, because as I believe Abhishek pointed out, that Modi has, it's become traditional for him to hug foreign leaders. But for Putin, that's definitely not the case. So the fact, not just that they're riding in the same car, but they're willingly embracing each other like brothers. That is very significant. And it means, I think that I see with Modi a very rare personal connection that Putin doesn't enjoy with a lot of leaders. And of course, I think it's bigger than personal relationships. It's the relationships of people. Putin is someone whose formative years were spent in the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union loved India. Bollywood was the most popular international films. Putin frequently reminds journalists about how popular Bollywood is in Russia and was in Russia. So I think that this is, a very organic display of trust and connection.
Dimitri, and what's the service, the Presidential Protection Service called, the security service that protects the Russian president?
It's called in Russian FSO, Federальная служба охраны, basically the Federal Service of Security. So in English, it would be, I think, FSS.
FSS, right. So FSS, I could see FSS and the SPG commandos coordinate and take care of the two VIPs together. So a lot of coordination would have gone into this. A lot of prep would have gone into this. The advanced security liaison, as it happens, I can see both the commandos in the close protection of or the proximate protection, as it is called, of the security agencies coordinating with each other. Then, of course, the two leaders walk together, a cultural welcome there, and then into the same car, a white car, and all right.
Okay, we are expecting, no, that's not going to happen that quickly. We are expecting, it's going to release
outside Parliament.
20 minutes. These are images now coming in from outside the Parliament Technical Airport, where both the leaders have left. And just to quickly recap for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, what was essentially expected has happened. Both the leaders are in the same car, but it's quite unusual what we have essentially witnessed right now. We don't know the backstory here. We'll try and get the backstory in a short while from now. It's a departure from the vehicle that is generally used by the Prime Minister. It seems another vehicle has been used for President Putin, and it seems that it was largely well choreographed with both the delegations may have taken that up till the last minute. It didn't certainly look like as a surprise decision that was taken by President Putin. It was largely, it seems, a well choreographed thing with both the leaders getting inside the vehicle, the white Toyota that has been used by Prime Minister Modi and President Vladimir Putin. And in fact, in a short while from now, perhaps in the next 20 minutes, you're expecting both the world leaders reaching the Prime Minister's residence, where we are being told that there's going to be a private dinner that's going to take place. Is there any scheduled time for it? Like, for how long are they going to be together?
Well, no, Shravan. In fact, it can go on for a couple of hours. And in fact, this is one meeting where the two leaders can have the opportunity to really open up and talk about everything under the sun, literally. And that's exactly how it happens. Because this is the time when the delegations are not there. This is the time when the pressure of signing a joint statement is not there. This is the time when the focus is not on agreements, etc., on deliverables. So this is the time off camera. This is the time when they can really just loosen up and be friends and statesmen together. So I think it can be anything between 1.5 hours to, as I was mentioning to you, the first time they met, they spent about 3.5 hours together, well past midnight. You can expect, depending on how much they have to talk and exchange. Remember also that in the midst of a multilateral platform like SCO, the two leaders spent 50 minutes inside the car. I mean, it was not even a proper setting, just in the car, because obviously they would not want eavesdropping of any kind. There was no other reason except for that. They did not want the Chinese to listen to what the Modi and Putin are talking about. Similarly, in this case, now they are at a good place, a good setting. They can talk for longer.
There is a statement that has been issued by the Kremlin. Dimitri, do you have any information about any statement that has now been issued about coming in from the Kremlin? And meanwhile, I can also take a question with Dhairya. If you can just pull that information out for us, that would be quite helpful. If I'm given to understand there's some statement that has been issued by the Russian side. Dimitri.
I think I'll defer to Dhairya while I pull it up.
Yeah, Dhairya, if you can just come in. For everyone who's tuning in right now, we've been focusing about what would be the key areas that would be discussed by both sides. So tomorrow, when the meetings are going to take place, break it down for us in terms of what are we really expecting through the day, in terms of the number of meetings that are going to take place, and as I pointed out, what could be the big takeaways from the meetings? Dhairya, if you can hear me.
I got it.
I mean, we break it down into the bilateral component as well as the geopolitical component. In terms of bilaterals, we are expecting, as already pointed out by the Kremlin in a statement, intergovernmental pacts. Then there's economic pacts. Covering the sectors, the focus is really on how to make the trade more resilient by boosting India's exports to Russia when it comes to achieving the $100 billion trade target by 2030. So that's going to be one of the big focus of the meetings for sure. Then we have the defense part, as already pointed out by my colleague Krishna Mohan. S-400, getting the remaining 2 batteries of S-400 by next year. And then if there's going to be more orders being placed by India because of the volatile geopolitical regional security environment that India faces, with Pakistan on one side, China on the other side. So defense is going to be a big component of the bilateral relationship. When civil nuclear reactors, and if the offer for small modular reactors is made, this is going to be another key watch area.
What do you see there?
Recall that Russia, the only foreign country, is operating India on civil nuclear in India under the Make in India program. Then, in terms of if both the countries decide to go for joint shipbuilding projects under the Make in India program, and there's Arctic policy as well. If India makes inroads, if Russia helps India to make inroads into the Arctic region, then we have the Relos Pact, which is Russia being the 8th country and possibly the only non-Western power with which India has signed a reciprocal mutual logistics pact. I mean, perhaps leaving aside Vietnam. So, yeah, and when it comes to the geopolitical aspects, I think Ukraine conflict, as pointed out by Abhishek, is definitely on the agenda.
We seem to be having some problem with your audio line. We'll try and just quickly fix that. But the statement, Krishna, that has been put out by the Kremlin talks about something that the president has been, he's been very vocal about, that giving technology to India, some technology which has not been given to other countries, which vis-a-vis we've always interpreted as China. The very fact that weaponry systems that have been given to us, technology access that has been given to us has not been given to others, is the reason why India has heavily relied upon as far as defense imports are concerned, and something that the Russians have time and again spoken about.
Look, transfer of technology between India and Russia is happening since the last 6 decades. In early 1960s, when MiG-21 was the most formidable fighter jet, it was first supersonic of Indian Air Force. But just after inducting MiG-21 in Soviet Air Force, they offered full technology transfer to India. They even established a Nasik plant for Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. There was a Russian complex, Russian engineers and technicians were there. You can still see signboards of in Russian languages. This is of office and kitchen and dining hall. And from 63, more than 800 MiG-21s were produced in Nashik plant of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited.
Okay.
Same thing they are offering for Sukhoi 57.
So that's a unique aspect of the relationship where you have basically the joint production right from the time that we're talking about BrahMos, of course the tests that have essentially taken place, and the fact that today we are in a position to basically exponentially look at the growth of BrahMos itself. Now, one image perhaps Abhishek that is largely being spoken about and it's expected to be widely discussed is the vehicle. Once again, you like it or not, it's always about world leaders and the powerful machines that are essentially used by them. Here, we'll try and put that image of the vehicle that you see, of course, is the Toyota that is being used, Fortuner that is being used by both the leaders. But just behind that, we are being told right now, we'll try and see if we can pull that video out. You would essentially see the Urus tailing behind the vehicle. I believe that's just a part of the Urus that we can see right now. Dimitri, are you there? If you are there, interestingly, it seems the Urus has not been chosen this time. It's a Toyota Fortuner that has been used by both the leaders, and the Urus, tails behind it.
Well, I think that I would not be surprised if at the next meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, maybe in Russia next year, I would not be surprised if President Putin were to give Prime Minister Modi an Urus. Has he done that in
the past? I believe, Dimitri, you're right. He has gifted one Urus to George Bush, if I'm George Bush Jr. if I'm right, if I recall correctly.
He gifted one to Kim Jong-un. I know he gifted one to Chinese President Xi Jinping. I believe, he has gifted one to the UAE president. I'm not aware of him gifting one to Modi, but I think that, that's something that could be on the horizons.
Right. You see that happening, and I believe that would be a testament to the kind of equation that exists between the two leaders and the importance they attach to each other. Prime Minister, of course, underscoring it by receiving the president personally there at the airport and riding together back to 7 LKM. Dimitri, you know, for all the good things about India and Russia, the fact of the matter is President Putin in the present is a war president. Russia is in the midst of a war, and a long-going war. And it seems it's not, I mean, despite all the talk of this peace plan, in terms, at least mentally, Russia is prepared for the long haul, as always. I mean, historically, traditionally, Russia is always prepared for the long war. In that scenario, for President Putin to be coming, what's going to be heavy on his mind when the two leaders really meet and have this long conversation one-on-one?
Is going to be about what's happening on the battlefield. President Putin can confidently go in and say that Russia is dealing from a position of strength. Because I want to break down briefly for your audience members what exactly has happened in the past 2 weeks. We've seen Russian forces take two of Ukraine's most fortified fortress logistical hubs. One of them is Kharkov, one of them is Kupiansk in the northern Kharkov region, and then the other one is Pokrovsk in the Donetsk region. Why is this important? Because Ukraine has a limited amount of these fortress cities and a limited amount of these logistical hubs. And once they collapse, what's left is open field. That gives an opportunity for Russians to maneuver with far more confidence and strike places that were previously unstrikeable. And what we see particularly concerning for the Ukrainians is that they're not just losing ground in the Donbass. They're not just losing ground in the northern Kharkov region. They're starting to lose ground in the Zaporozhye region. So all along the front lines, we see a dynamic where Russian troops are advancing, Ukrainian troops are retreating. And I had an opportunity a while back to speak with one of Russia's best known battlefield commanders, Lieutenant General Abtialodinov. And I mean, he told me that on his side of the front and what he's seeing, the Ukrainians are losing about 40,000 troops a month, dead, missing in action, wounded, and that's not even counting deserters. At the same time, they're only able to mobilize about 15,000 people a month. So Ukraine has had a manpower problem for quite a long time.
Yeah.
But what we are seeing is that Ukraine is passing
Russia
the
also,
point
by the
of
way.
no
Russia
return.
also, because Dimitri, we have about a dozen odd Indian citizens rostered for, if not directly combat duty, some kind of support role in the Russian army. And remember, some of them really did not actually enlist for any combat arm, but still ended up fighting on the side of the Russians. So as Trump says, perhaps rightly, that the war in Europe has become, unfortunately, a human grinding machine. And that's why it should stop. President Putin has... President Trump says that he sees the intent in President Putin to stop the war. The rest of Europe does not. European leaders do not. So obviously, that part of conversation would be there between the two leaders, whatever India can do in terms of communication, opening communication channels, or keeping communication channels open between both the sides, apart from whatever Trump administration is doing. Europe, of course, is not helping. But that would be there, Shravan, as part of the dialogue.
Well, in fact, we have a very interesting guest who's joining us on this broadcast, perhaps to also get the West perspective here. Scott Ritter, who's associated with Sputnik as an international guest with Sputnik. He's essentially a military analyst associated with the US Marine Intelligence. Mr. Ritter, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Undoubtedly, the West would be watching this extremely closely. This comes in the backdrop of what President Trump is essentially trying to work out. A question that I had asked my colleague a short while back, can one expect that the United States of America would have done some backroom channeling with India right now, hoping that India would have sent across a message to President Putin vis-a-vis the peace talks?
I think just the opposite, in fact, is probably taking place. It appears that President Trump has undergone a strategic shift in his approach to Russia. A month ago, the approach was we're going to sanction Russia into the Stone Age. We're going to impose crippling sanctions on Russia's energy sector. We're going to threaten the consumers, the buyers of Russian energy, India and China, with secondary sanctions, all in an effort to strangle Russia's economy to bring Putin to heel. This was the strategy of Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent. This was the strategy of Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Notice that neither Bessent nor Rubio were in Moscow the other day. Instead, we had Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of President Trump and a close advisor who, can have the kind of interaction with the president that none of his secretaries can, and also Steve Witkoff, the man who is spearheading the economic aspects of a potential U.S.-Russian rapprochement together with Kirill Dmitriev. I think the message that's being sent now is that Russia is going to win this war, and that the United States is not going to get in the way of Russia winning this war, and the United States will be encouraging Europe and Ukraine to recognize the inevitability of a Russian victory and prevent needless suffering by agreeing to terms of conflict termination that might be difficult for Europe and Ukraine to swallow, but it will at least allow Ukraine to survive. Trump has been very blunt. If you don't accept this peace plan, there will be no Ukraine. And so I think Putin is coming to India secure in the knowledge that the United States is not going to interfere with India-Russian strategic relations. Who is the United States to tell India how to behave with Russia? I mean, it's just insulting to even think that India would take that phone call or even, give any credence to such a threat. I'm sure some messages have been sent in the past. India has responded strongly, saying they are a sovereign nation that makes its own energy decisions, for instance. But one only needs to take a look at the human interaction between President Putin and Mr. Modi and understand that these are people who are not at odds with one another. They're part of the BRICS Forum, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. They have a strategic relationship that's just getting stronger.
That's an interesting point, Scott, that you've made here. But I'm going to also quickly bring in some more breaking news right now. It seems that the Kremlin is completely surprised in the manner President Putin has been welcomed by India. In fact, it turns out that Kremlin wasn't really informed about Prime Minister Modi's plans of welcoming President Putin. And of course, you have the decision that was taken of traveling in the same vehicle to 7 LKM. In fact, we are being told that the convoy has already reached 7 LKM. We are expecting the images to come in a short while from now. So Kremlin completely surprised by Prime Minister Modi's personal touch yet again. And it starts on a good note where you have the Kremlin essentially admitting to the fact that this was a surprise visit that has been made by the Prime Minister himself. A quick word from you, Abhishek, with regards to this messaging that has been done. I thought that this was well choreographed, but it seems it wasn't. It was more of a surprise.
Well, yes, things can be choreographed in terms of the detail, but there can always be elements of surprise. There would have been expectation, knowing how Prime Minister carries his diplomacy. We were mentioning about the number of other world dignitaries Prime Minister has received at the airport. So I think in that sense, this is a significant gesture. As I was saying, Shravan, this is essentially Prime Minister underscoring the special and the privileged part of the India-Russia relationship in optics. Remember, in diplomacy, as much as the words the picture also counts, the optics also count. So if the message has to be sent of strategic autonomy, if the message has to be sent of India, nurturing its relationship with Russia, irrespective of the global headwinds, irrespective of the pulls and pressures, irrespective of the threats and sanctions and tariffs and whatnot, then obviously why not do it when the whole world is watching? And this is the moment when these pictures are going to go travel around the world and go viral. And that's how Prime Minister really takes charge of the moment, which he has done with these pictures, receiving President Putin there at the airport, hug, a sliver of a cultural welcome, and then, of course, traveling in the same car, and then, of course, the talks. Remember, I've been underscoring this, that this is not about India and Russia. This is about a global geopolitical event really taking place. Otherwise, why would, ambassadors of 3 countries be writing an op-ed? Why would the Russian ambassador respond to them? And why would, just ahead of the visit, you would have India signing a maintenance deal with the Americans, about $1 billion worth of defense deal. This is about India, announcing to the world that we have the strategic understanding and the depth to balance, to handle West on the one side, Russia on the other, and of course China with that SCO summit at another level. So I think in that sense, this is a message of a very personal, a very strong level of confidence that India has in its capacity to carry itself with this kind of multi-alignment. And that just one picture really summing it up there with Prime Minister receiving President Putin.
I want to just quickly, also bring in Dhairya from Sputnik to just tell us in terms of what are we really expecting over the next couple of hours following the meeting that's going to take place tonight. Dhairya, the first up, the meeting that takes place tomorrow morning, and of course the delegation that has come along with the Russian president. What do you essentially make of the delegation that has come in? It seems that it happens to be one of the largest business delegation that President Putin has brought along with him.
We expect delegation-level talks, the 23rd India-Russia Annual Summit, and during the course of the day, we are going to see parallel meetings happening at the India-Russia Forum. So the focus is clear from both sides. The focus is clear to boost India's exports to Russia in order to make this trading relationship more resilient. And let me point out, I spoke to Sberbank CEO, which is Russia's largest bank, and his view is he's a trusted advisor of President Putin, a former economic minister of Russia as well. So his view is that we shouldn't be dependent on any single commodity. This was a reference made in terms of the oil trade between India and Russia. So the focus from both sides, it's clear, more so from Indian side, that bolstering economic ties, boosting India's exports, that's the key focus of this visit. Another key area when it comes to national security, bolstering India's national security, are the defense relationships. So we can expect, some talks on S-400, then maybe some broaching of S-500 if India requires them. Definitely, as pointed out by Kremlin spokesperson during a press briefing by Sputnik, Russia is ready to offer India S-500 as well as Sukhoi 57 jets, which are, they're ready for localized production in India, something which no other country is offering at the moment. So defense and trade are the two areas as well. And then there are other aspects such as civil nuclear cooperation, small modular reactors being offered to India, whether that's going to be formalized. So yeah, it comprises entire gamut of ties, and we're going to see a lot tomorrow in terms of outcomes. Already Kremlin has put out that there are going to be 10 intergovernmental agreements as well as 15 commercial pacts to be signed. So that gives you a sense of what we can expect tomorrow, and definitely it's going to be a big day.
Dhairya, we are expecting you to get us the big news break tomorrow as we continue with our joint coverage. I want to take in Perhaps, Abhishek, just a quick word from our colleague in Brazil right now, Andre, because it's also important that it's, as we've been pointing out, this, it's going to have a global ramification also, this entire meeting between President Putin as well as Prime Minister Modi. Andre, just a quick recap of, all that is actually happening in Global South right now, particularly given the fact that, a lot has developed in the last 48 hours itself with those calls that have gone in. So how exactly are you really looking at this visit, and more importantly, the big headlines really emerging in Brazil at this stage?
Brazil is paying attention about that visit because if you see that year, 2025, Modi came here from Brazil, and the Vice President of Brazil, Geraldo Alckmin, in October, still in India, and Lula is expected in February 2026. So it's very, very important in terms of partnership, in terms of strategy, and other things. So let's see.
Right. Krishna, in terms of the defense deals that we've essentially spoken about, some speculations about what really happens with the S-500, given the fact that it has not even been integrated as far as the Russian military setup is concerned. But what's the talk like as far as S-500 is concerned within our setup?
As far as Russian side is concerned, they are offering everything. S-400, S-500, everything has been offered, and they are offering S-500 since last couple of years. S-400.
Do we have any reservations?
No, we don't have any reservation, but Indian Air Force is using S-400 already, and five squadrons are in the deal, and 2 are still to come. So S-500 is obviously S-500 is better than S-400. It has more capable. Its range is much more than S-400. So India obviously.
But as I understand, India has also been demanding a joint production to essentially take place.
Actually, as for there is a talk for not exactly the joint production of S-400, but maintenance, repair and overhaul in India, and that will be the first phase. Maybe in near future, S-400 missiles can be produced in India. So this talks are on this topic also,
right.
on this thing. But production of S-500 in the joint production is not
right. I want to bring in Scott right now. Scott, what we have essentially witnessed here is the fact that President Putin has basically set the tone for this entire meeting to take place. Of course, the warnings that have actually gone to the European nations coming in. But what we have essentially witnessed here is that there are vested interests in place. While not much has been spoken about, there was an article that was basically published earlier today by a Western news agency with regards to a deal that does not exist between India and Russia as far as the nuclear submarine is concerned. It is an old deal itself. It's not a new deal that is going to be signed, but something that was expected, that these are mischievous acts that are now basically doing the rounds here. Do you believe that the European nations would be a little worried right now, given the fact that with President Putin landing in New Delhi, President Putin manages to send across a very strong message that, look here, I have a country of global significance on my side?
100%. I mean, the European community, the European Union, NATO, is scared to death of their looming irrelevance. One just only has to take a look at how the United States has ignored them in the past several weeks as Russia and the United States work toward some sort of conflict resolution in Ukraine. It not just pushes Europe out of the picture, but it creates an expectation of a post-conflict reality which focuses solely on the U.S.-Russian relationship. Europe is, shuttled to the side. There will be some security guarantees and security frameworks worked out to mollify them, but Europe's no longer a player. This is very problematic. Europe very much wants to be a player, wants to continue to use the Ukraine issue as a mechanism of leveraging itself into a position of global relevance. a key aspect of this is controlling Russia's energy-based economy. And an important part of that control mechanism was hopes that India, together with China, would restrict their energy-related interaction with Russia, in effect wanting India to do the hard lifting for Europe, to break Russia's economic back, so to speak. And the exact opposite is happening. What we're seeing is that there is very cordial, friendly relations between Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi. But more importantly, again, reflecting on the delegation that the Russians brought in, this isn't just an instance of two leaders liking each other, sipping tea, and going their own ways. This is the tip of an iceberg, and the rest of the iceberg is this strategic economic relationship, founded in defense relationships, but other relationships, including energy, that is taking place, expanding. This is the exact opposite trajectory that Europe was hoping to achieve, and this just again solidifies the reality that Europe has become a very insignificant player in the geopolitical world today.
Well, thank you very much, Scott, for joining us on this broadcast. And also, I want to take the opportunity to thank our colleagues from Sputnik, Dimitri, editor from Moscow, Dhairya Maheshwari, joining us from New Delhi, and Krishna Mohan, who's joining us in the studio. And that was our joint broadcast, Republic and Sputnik, coming together for this live coverage. This is just the beginning, as it seems both the leaders who would be in a short while from now beginning that private conversation, the dinner that's going to take place at 7 LKM in a short while from now. It's taking a short break. We'll be back in a short while.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned...
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
ये कहानी है बदलाव की, जिसने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, राह दिखाई और आत्मनिर्भर बनाया।
त्रिपुरा सरकार ने महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कई परिकल्पनाएं शुरू की हैं, ताकि वो अपनी आजीविका खुद तय कर सके।
अब त्रिपुरा की महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अपनी निर्णायक भूमिका निभा रही है।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front.
Has Trump's blunder pushed India-Russia closer? Has Delhi moved on from the Washington consensus? how India is redefining diplomacy in a multipolar world, debating tonight at 8 p.m. Air India dysfunctional and Indigo in big trouble. Pilot shortage brings Indigo to its knees. Nationwide anger as thousands of passengers are stranded. Debating tonight at 9 p.m. Has Trump's blunder pushed India-Russia closer? Has Delhi moved on from the Washington consensus?